Okay. Thank you for the follow. Is it Archier or Archie? I always forget. I know you've been here before, but yeah, welcome. All right, so we should be live on Twitter and YouTube as well as here on Twitch, obviously. Let me refresh the Twitter. That way I can see comments if they come in. And yeah, so here we are on a nice Friday. No big deal. The plan for today, the request polymorphism is done. I feel like it looks pretty good. The styling's nice. We fixed a bunch of other things styling-wise too, but we need to do the response polymorphism as well. It's only for 2 endpoints, but if we can do this in a good programmatic way, it means that I can take it into the next project after, right? Because I guarantee I'm going to need to keep making like public APIs, right? I'm not paying for Mintlify. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I'm sure there's good reasons. If they want to sponsor stream, they can. I think. But yeah, so another thing is maybe we want some good like mock data in the responses, and I'm not sure how we're going to do that. We could always use Faker or Falso, right? Either one of those libraries. But we could also just have an LLM generate that stuff at build time and then call it good. That could be worthwhile. But yeah, I think we're getting close to finishing up these public API docs. And from there, we're going to move on to getting the public API tested to make sure it's accurate, right? So we'll figure out how to use schematosis, I think is the name of it. And I might even get a friend bit of software into the docs. It's called DocDuck. And it's a way for people to provide feedback on your documentation, which sounds pretty cool. So yeah, I'm thinking, I'm not sure the order in which we'll do that stuff. I'm not even sure we'll finish the response polymorphism stuff today. We're going to get there. So let's switch over. One thing I want to do real quick is I missed the deadline for JS Nation for submitting a talk. Excuse me, but it looks like the React Summit page is still live. So I'm going to try and submit to that. Technically, they said it ended yesterday, but if I can squeeze one in, might as well. But I also, I don't want to jinx it, but I think I have another reason why I will be going to JS Nation in a few months. It's a great conference if you're out on the East Coast. Worth checking out. Get your company to pay for it. And yeah, I think I'm locked in. Haven't gotten the tickets or anything yet. I haven't established the hotel or any of that, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to JS Nation again this year. Don't want to spoil it though, right? If I spoil it, it might not happen. I'm not sure they would be, the organizers wouldn't be like that, but I don't know. Whenever I get too gung-ho about something, it's just not that ideal. So yeah, should be fun. Let me see though. Make sure I got stuff set up here on this side properly. Okay, double checking one more thing. We could add other platforms, but I don't think other platforms are the gatekeeper, right? I think if I can't make it worthwhile for the platforms I do support, adding Twitter isn't going to make any difference. Adding Reddit isn't going to make any difference. Right? The key is to develop features that make it useful for the platforms I already have, that make it worth paying for. Because I'm extremely cheap compared to other providers for this same kind of thing. So, yeah, if people want like the best experience for the providers I have, $20 a month is so cheap compared to what you'd be spending on like Mention or some of these other places. I don't see a problem with people paying for both. You could pay for Mention, you could pay for mine, right? Okay, cool. Like, I understand potential customers have said, well, if you just had Reddit, I'd pay for it. Are they paying for a platform that has Reddit right now? Because there are providers that do that, right? If they're not paying for that, that's not actually a good signal that they'd pay for mine. So it's not worth the effort of Reddit if they're not already paying for some platform that does that, right? So instead, I need to develop features that are worth paying for, regardless of platform. Like, I don't think any of my competitors have an MCP server, as an example. Okay. Let me double check this, though. Let me just get this. Let me just copy and paste. Oh. Ugh. All right. Let me just copy and paste it from here. Let me put it this way, Nebula. What platform do you think would be required? And hey, what's up, Alan? And hey, what's up, Ramon? What you up to? Yeah, we don't get many comments over on Twitter. How you doing? Okay, so okay, so talk type. I'd say it's a deep dive. It's addressed to anyone. And oh, previous talks. That one's a bit more effort. Uh, hmm. I don't know if it's developer experience. Sure. You've been following me on Twitch. Oh, thanks, Ramon. Yeah, thanks for hanging out over on the on Twitter as well. I appreciate it. I don't know. I'd say that's enough. Maybe not best practices. Definitely artificial intelligence. I think developer experience. Right. So yeah, why benchmark LLMs? Existing benchmarks. We bench. Um, oh, I need to get. Hold on. How do I turn on streamer mode? Here it is. Boom. On. Cool. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How's your Friday going? So yeah, Sweebench, terminal bench. Yeah. No, Twitter is untenable. No, not possible to do Twitter. This is still going to be based on marketing and brand promotion, but it's on platforms that you might not be focusing on. And this is going to be specifically for tech companies, which is why I think Hacker News, Lobsters, and some of these other kind of niche communities are more valuable. And Twitter actually has their own kind of keyword monitoring thing built into the platform at this point. So I don't think Twitter is a worthwhile thing to put into my product. Not right now. Reddit also has their own thing, but again, like for both of those platforms, the way they're doing it isn't as good as what I'm doing, in my opinion. So could we get there eventually? Maybe, but it's going to require VC funding, and we're just not there yet. Okay. Analysis of results. Yeah. How does effort level change things? You don't always need the frontier models. Um, uh, so yeah, I just got to make sure I do this because I love the conference. But yeah, okay, so other talks I've done. If we just go videos. We're not going to do every single one, but we should at least grab some of them. Um, let's do this. We'll just leave the Sriracha Beanie one. No large. I don't think we can do that. I could turn it into a lightning talk for sure. I have read, and I confirm. Oh. I'm pretty sure I could turn it into a lightning talk. I can cut out a bunch of like the how it's built and some of that stuff. I think that would work. Oh, maximum one tag. Oh. Sure. Artificial intelligence it is. It is a talk. And submit. Cool. So I got that out. Let's do at least one more. Talk workshop title. We want this to be about building the API documentation that we're making basically right now. We need like a good compelling title. Yeah, hold on. And yeah, sorry we're doing this. I gotta do it. I missed it yesterday for one conference from this same group. So now I'm like heavily focusing on making sure I at least submit for their other day. In this talk, I go over the process. A MarkDoc, Astro, React, and a Rube Goldberg light chain of scripts. Uh, all right, so outline, intro, why build a custom process? Um, um, open API, so yeah, it goes from open API spec to generating the spec to to aggregating the endpoints and formatting Markdoc. All right, that's the basic gist there. Pick one tag. API development. All right, talk type. I'd say it's another deep dive. And shit. Hey, what up, Caleb? Shit. Wondering if my submission, view my proposal, sign in with GitHub. I don't want to have to copy and paste all this stuff again. And then, yeah, we'll get to our coding here in just a second. I missed the CFP. When I wonder, actually, I should probably be able to pull this up over in here. My history. All right, so I'm gonna paste this link just because it's easier for me to get it by pasting it in chat here. It will most likely not work for any of y'all. God, I doubt. Yeah, reach the character limit. Ugh. How do I send this to myself? Okay, hold on. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Okay, that was the way I could do it. Perfect. And I wrote all of this myself. Damn right, dude. I like the act of writing, man. Now let me double check. Yeah. Boom. All right, cool. So I got my JS Nation talks submitted. Technically, no. I got my React Summit talks submitted. What's this? Hey, thanks, Light. Yeah. Yeah, I also, so I missed the JS Nation CFP, but there's another bit that I can't reveal too much about yet where I'm probably going to be at JS Nation anyway. So, yeah, I'm glad the React Summit one was still open. But yeah, how you doing, Caleb? Oh, and yeah, that's fine. Okay. Cool. So, let's close some of this stuff we don't need at the moment, and let's get to the work for the day. And we did want to keep the Stripe stuff up. So yeah, Caleb, if you maybe didn't catch it yesterday, we built out our public API documentations like request polymorphism, right? So because creating a notification could be polymorphic and these fields are required based upon what your type value is, we had to like get that in there. And we're like programmatically building these docs. So it's a bit of a process, but they look pretty, don't they? They look real pretty. I'm proud of it. But yeah, the part we're missing now is, well, yeah, where's the responses for creating a notification? You know? So yeah, we need to get those into there. Yes, exactly. Right? So email, SMS, Slack, Discord, webhook. So you guys have Slack set up, right? The gist is just we need a public API for this stuff, right? If people want to build tooling to integrate. Oh, Discord, whatever. Slack, Discord, same thing. And the public API will then be the building block for the MCP server. But yeah, hold on. Let me read what you wrote. You had almost the entire team in Berlin this week, which has been a lot of fun, but now you are knackered. Did karaoke on Wednesday, an escape room yesterday, and had a boat day today. Nice. Yeah, it sounds fun. Okay, so yeah. So here's my thought. Right, we're doing sub requests right here. Ooh. And yeah, what I'm thinking is it's going to make it a little tricky. We could definitely do it. But my thought is have a selector for the type. So then it's like a drop down or something. You click that, it shows you the response that you would get for that. We could also actually do the same thing for requests. It would save up on some space. I'm not sure we need to worry about saving space, especially if, like, we're going to have responses in there. Yeah. Okay. Yep. No, I like it. All right. So yeah, right. Here's what the responses look like right now. And yeah, how you doing, Kenny? So we've got all this gathered up. We've got the raw method response schema. Here we're checking to make sure that we even have them. Let's rerun the output just to double check what all it's doing. Responses here is basically the only thing we're looking for. Now, I'm a little curious. Your cat just bit the heck out of you? How old is your cat? Is it a kitten? Because kittens do wild shit. Oh, you were messing with her. Got it. Um, this is not necessarily advice, but whenever my cats would bite me, at least when I was training them, you just take your hand and jam it right back into the jaw, right? So if they're biting, you just go further in, hold it there for a bit, and they regret it. Because their molars are not actually that strong. Or not as developed. Nice usually. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, another one, like when they would scratch, just hold them up, spread them out, right? Present them like like the Lion King, but not like from the torso, but like you hold them like at the hips and the shoulders. Bite her back. Ooh, there you go. That's a solid one. But yeah, like I don't know. My cats basically never bit after a little bit of training. And it's barely training, right? Like you teach them that lesson once or twice and it's over, right? They stop doing that stuff. So this is the part right here where we're just looking for specifically this one. That's not ideal. Right, we don't want to be matching on a specific operation ID. We want to identify the thing in which we need to do our responses. We need to do that at the exact right time. How are we determining that in this other part? I want to double check. I know. Hold on. So, okay, so the no properties thing, we can chill on that for now. Yep, delete, accept. Yeah. All right. So all of these endpoints with that, what we want to do is maybe this and not an intentionally empty response. Yeah, so we get 2 or 3 where no properties, notification response. Let's do, instead of notification response, this is going to be operation ID. So yeah, create, show, and update. Yeah, that's all of them. Okay, so, and technically all lenses also has that? Wait, why would all lenses have that though? We should go look at the all lenses response real quick, because there's something wrong there, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Caleb, what'd y'all do out on the boat? Just hanging out kind of thing, or fishing, or anything? I'm not much of a boat person myself. I hate the open water. I'm just, yeah, I am not a water person. Like, I barely like swimming pools, you know? There's just something, there's something disconcerting about the water to me. Like, just the fact that it's just so much bigger than you, right? The entire, just the depth, the openness, like, you know, for someone like me with a bad shoulder, being a mile away from shore, I might as well be 100 miles away from shore, you know? I'm a dead man. You know? It's just not for me. But even before the shoulder, it's just that, like, that existentialism that it triggers. Not a fan. Like, I wouldn't enjoy being in space either. And I actually equate the ocean to being in space. It's the same, you know, foreign environment where you just don't belong kind of thing. And one mistake and it's all over, you know? Like, I know people who've passed away because of water. Like, water is the biggest killer of friends and associates that I've ever had. One person was out, I guess, in a storm. Their dog jumped off the boat. They jumped off the boat to grab their dog, and they were never seen again. Another person, and that was an acquaintance. Another person, they went out to like Yellowstone or some shit. You know, the friend's just swimming out in the river, and something about it, like, your brain like turns off sometimes in the water. You forget how to swim, how to tread water, and then like lifeguards actually are trained to recognize when someone's getting into that like state, you know, where just all of a sudden you don't know what you're doing and you're just flapping, right? And yeah, we had a friend who, yeah, did that out on a river. They didn't realize, they thought he was playing around or something. He's flapping, goes under, never seen again. I have some friends who are conspiracy theorists that suspect foul play, but nah, man. There's just something about the water. It's terrifying, man. Haxor, you almost drowned in the ocean last year in Hawaii, and you haven't been the same around water since. You started panicking and thought you weren't going to be able to make it back to shore with the big wave. Like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, it's terrifying, man. Yeah, there's a big reason why I will never be a surfer. It's just not for me. But it's actually weird because I love snowboarding. It just doesn't feel the same. But yeah, I don't know. I guess if I was ever in like a larger avalanche, it would be an issue. I've only ever been in slough slides though. Joel, you had trouble getting back to shore once with your kid, never again. Yeah, dude, it's fucking gnarly. And dude, one riptide and you're like miles away. Like all of a sudden. Like it's just nah, dude. It's just not for me. Paddleboarding. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Were you in a riptide that you didn't like recognize? Oh, and your foot was bleeding, so you had that whole dun 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 dun, right? Like the shark thing. Yeah, that sounds terrifying, dude. Fuck that. Oh man. But yeah, I'm glad other people like it. I like fish. I like fishing. Just a strong current pulled you out. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Oh, I bet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's where you had to conjure up the that like adrenaline that like allows like mothers to lift a car off of their kid kind of thing, you know? Mm-hmm. And what's up, Andre? How you doing? But yeah, I'm really not trying to scare anyone about water. I'm just rationalizing my own fear of it. But especially now that I got this dislocated shoulder, yeah, my shoulder goes out while I'm out in the water. I'm just treading water in a circle for a while. I'm just spinning before I can't anymore. I mean, with a dislocated shoulder, there now this arm isn't doing anything after that. And to put it back in, I have to stop doing everything. Like yeah, the time I'm taking to put my arm back in is me sinking. Like yeah, not ideal. But yeah, so let's look at this endpoint real quick though. Not gonna lie though, I really do like fishing and like crabbing and some of that stuff, but I like doing it from a pier. You know, I like fishing from the shore. Not a big boat person. It's about the implication. It's a good day when you can finally make a good and always sunny reference. But how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Over here on the side, I'm keeping track of my spend for Gitbench because I'm testing Sonnet 5, The new GPT 5.6 models. I think Tencent's new model. Oh, and the Grok models, right? So 4.3 and 4.5. 4.3 is pretty bad, but 4.5 is seeming pretty promising. Like I wouldn't use it for any of my stuff, but you know. Oh yeah, no worries, Caleb. You hung out, drove the boat, some drank alcohol, and did some swimming. Yeah, fun. And yeah, you're still on the whole no alcohol thing, right? Like none? How do you do karaoke without alcohol? What? What? That doesn't make any sense. I don't even think that that's legal. I'm kidding, by the way. You just shipped a PDF builder that is basically PowerPoint with scraping. Oh, fun. One or two songs that brought you close. There you go. Okay, so hold on. It's the all lenses keyword controller, though. Why is that not on the keyword lens controller? Oh, okay, right. Never mind. So this is lenses per org. The other is lenses per keyword. Joel, you can sing like an MF, but beer does help. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and why did we put that on additional properties? Why wouldn't that just be on properties? Hmm. There you go. All right, so hold on. We're gonna fix this. Right, we respond with lenses colon lenses. Whatever. All right. So that seems fine. We do that. Keyword controller passes it. We're going to make this into just properties. Yep. Let's restart the extension host. Something seems a little off. Okay. So then, yeah, this here is... Dude, I feel like expert's a little slow. Let's restart the extensions one more time. Okay, it's fast enough now. I think it just needed another restart. Oh, and I guess because it updated, it had to recompile, right? Is that it? That would make sense. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have updated this around how the docs will work. What we want to do, though, and this is actually going to break some other stuff for us. Interesting. Let's try and update that Hey API dependency. These motherfuckers. I think they're vibe coding. Yeah, looking at this image, they have absolutely nothing against vibe coding consumer facing stuff. God, I hate their fucking images. God, I really dislike AI generated images. 426 issues. What's up, iSense? How you doing? So what's the error we're getting? Any keyword? Hey, pole frog. Okay, so we need at next. All right, that did it. Yeah, yeah. I like a good template when submitting issues. That's kind of nice. And this is the fix. I'm not using TypeScript 7 though. So what the fuck, dude? Okay, there we go. So yeah, honestly, that's a them problem because I'm not using TS7 and they're still breaking my shit. So let me get more music going. Yeah, most likely. But again, they should be pinning TypeScript. That is definitely a them problem. Eh, they do have 6 there. It looks like they are pinned. Yeah, so I'm not sure. And then let me double check real quick. You're a little late, but how was my 4th of July? It was good. I'm not much of a 4th of July person. I personally kind of hate fireworks. I don't see a point. Not hate, but like, I don't see a point, personally. The spectacle doesn't impress me. I don't find it that fun. It was fun when I was like in junior high, right? Because, every dude in junior high is a bit of a pyro. I just don't give a shit anymore. And I don't know. That's just me being a curmudgeon. And I'm definitely not a patriot. Dude, patriotism is the worst kind of tism. Yeah, like I don't personally see it. Eh, it's meh. But I did go and I went and hung out with some people, and just hanging out with people, that's the fun part. So yeah, they're all like angling for like a better view of like the Seattle fireworks show. I didn't give a shit. I just sat there smoking a joint. That was my fireworks. And then hold on, quick question: how many official days off are there in the U.S. per year? I think most companies tend to do 10, but they can be a little fuzzy on which ones they consider like a proper federal holiday. Like, so that's it. You could just look up federal holidays in the US. So this is the official list: New Year's, Martin Luther King Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, Juneteenth, Independence Day, Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Now, technically, the company I'm at doesn't do Juneteenth. Now I'm trying to remember. Do we do Martin Luther King Day? Because that's actually going to bum me out if we don't do either one. We don't. I consider that really questionable, actually. I consider that really questionable. Paid time off is a perk. A lot of companies at this point are doing unlimited PTO, which, at bad companies translates to extra limited PTO. Company I'm at is really good about PTO. Like, I have coworkers that it seems like they're always taking vacations. Like, every 3 months, they're taking like a week off. which I think is awesome. More power to them. I just don't do it. Like, I don't know. If I need a day, I'm going to take a lazy day. You know, as long as I'm getting my shit done, it shouldn't matter. But yeah, the big thing about unlimited PTO, at least at companies that suck, they do it because they don't want to have to pay out accrued PTO. Yeah, exactly, Joel. Yeah. So yeah, in general, if they give you PTO, like a set number of PTO days per year that you can use, however you see fit, they have to pay that out when you leave the company because it's technically like a compensation thing, right? Whereas instead, if they do unlimited PTO, they don't have to pay anything out because you just should have been taking days. So yeah, it's for a lot of companies, it's just a loophole. But the companies that are good about like allowing PTO are fucking awesome. Yeah, exactly, right? No, that's not how that one works. But yeah, like another big problem is like, oh, if the PTO doesn't roll over, well, then you get like half the company using all of it during the month of December, which also kind of like fucks the company. And yeah, I sense what country is that though? That sounds like France, I think. I could see Sweden and some of those Scandinavian countries doing that too. I don't think you get that in the UK. I can see Germany doing it too. 25 days paid vacation by law. Yeah, that's huge. Yeah. Filial from Moldova, but the company was US. Yeah, I mean, even like as a US company, you have to pay people as if they're working in the country they're in, right? So they're still beholden to their laws, right? And that's why a lot of companies will just be strict about what countries they hire from. Right? Just because you're working for a foreign government doesn't mean that like you're just on their stuff. Your colleagues from the US got 3 months instead of 12. That's still better than nothing, dude. 3 months severance is solid. That's better than nothing for sure. There's a lot of companies that don't do any severance. And then Caleb, same in the UK. There's like a set number of days, and then you have the bank holidays too. Well, yeah. The federal holidays don't count towards your PTO at all. Those are just like legally mandated, you know. 2.5 days each month. Okay, yep, sounds about right. So that's like 36 a year, or no, 30 a year. 3 months is probably the bare minimum for big tech in the US. Then you get like 1 month for every year worked. I'm not so sure about that. I guess, yeah, big tech. I've never worked at big tech, so I don't know. Coinbase had a really generous one? Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've heard good things about Coinbase actually. You know, I think it's an all right platform. I got burned on the IPO. I had to hold that shit for like 2 years before I was able to like break even. But that's not the company's fault. In Germany, AWS is currently encouraging people to leave and offering 1 year of severance. Well, isn't Germany one of those that has like a really good, like mandated severance? Like, I thought worker protections in Germany were pretty good. Yeah, yeah. Um, so Caleb, I think AWS is doing that for everyone. I thought that was a USA thing too. Like, I could have sworn I heard people saying that AWS is encouraging people to leave even here, and you would get a year, right? 2 year maternity leave in Germany? Holy shit, dude. Wow. All right. Same in Moldova. You said MD, and I was like, Maryland? Like, just completely like goldfish memory, forgetting that you said Moldova. Maryland? Like, no, definitely not in Maryland. I know, right, Skizzing? Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, at least here in the US, AWS is also offering something like that. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different company. But there's at least one company that is doing a like an encouraged like quit kind of thing. I'm pretty sure it was AWS when I read about it. Okay, so we were able to build that. We want to go right. There's going to be a bug in. It's not going to be in here. It's going to be in the dashboard. Okay, and then Okay, so I'm messing that up still. Hmm. So this is actually kind of inaccurate. Oh, this is the wrong controller. Never mind. We want keyword controller. Oh, but we are using this response. Oh. Hmm. All right, hold on. Yeah, we're changing the API a little bit, which means we're breaking stuff too. Oop. And then, hold on, let me double check. Can you ask a question you would like to know for your app? Yeah, it's fine, iSense. We mainly just don't like it when people are like promoting when they haven't been here, right? You've been here plenty of times, iSense. Like, totally fine. Though you don't follow. I'm kidding. I get it. I stream too much. Notifications are annoying, I bet. You can just turn off the notification, though. But it's all right. I'm not worried about the follow. I'm just having fun. But I did notice, sorry, I forgot to shout it out. Thank you for the follow, Complain Chilies. Is that a life hack? You complain at Chili's, they give you an extra blooming onion or something? Nah, thank you, iSense. I wasn't trying to bait it that much. I just noticed it and thought it was funny. Because, dude, you have 437 messages here. You know? So it's not like you're new. But no, I get it. Blooming onions and Outback thing? Touche. Do you think they have it, like, trademarked? I don't think anything would stop a company from making their own blooming onion. Right? You just take basically like an apple quarter and fucking dip it in some batter and do it. It is. Oh, okay. Interesting. Wow. Oh, wait, hold on. Bloomin' onion versus blooming onion. Okay, okay. So you can make it, you just can't call it a blooming onion. Got it, got it, got it. So instead, it's a cactus blossom. Sure. Oh, that makes sense, I sense. I get it. Yeah, I probably had the whiskey in me too. I don't think it must have been that bad because I didn't ban you here. If any of us use something like Proxyman or Charles Proxy, favorite feature beside the basic ones? Yeah, I haven't. Sure, that makes sense. I sense. Yeah, when I get real pissed, I ban people everywhere, which is probably not cool of me. I am cutting down on the whiskey though, right? You guys haven't seen me overdo it here on stream, at least since Sunday. All right, so lenses comes back, but this is an array of those. And yeah, we didn't mark it as required. So now that we got that, we just do a quick rebuild. Oh, wrong place. And yeah, how you doing, Owen? What you up to? But yeah, has anyone used Proxy Man or Charles Proxy? I'm not even sure what they're for. I guess like request inspection makes sense. What does network conditioning mean in that context? Where are we even fetching that? Okay. Now I see. So I don't actually need to fix this, but our specification is wrong. Working on SpecSage? What is SpecSage? PC building app? Oh, that's fun. I'm curious what it does better than PC Part Picker. And then, okay, so hold on, let me read this. Really? I could have sworn PC Part Picker has warnings for incompatibility. Okay, so yeah, you're aiming at like a less enthusiast crowd, but hold on. I'm really curious about this now. I could have sworn. All right, let's choose. Sure. Like, yeah, let's just do an Intel one. Oh, yeah, you're right. They're not. I could have sworn they had a thing that showed you when they don't match. Okay. No, no, that's a good call. I could have sworn. I know I've picked one and they were like, "Oh, that's not compatible." But I wonder if I just picked a bad motherboard or something. Yeah, that's annoying. So yeah, yeah, good luck on. That sounds fun. I sense. You tend to just always want to pick the better, more expensive parts. Newegg has one? Yeah, I could have sworn I saw it on PC Part Picker, but it's been a while. Maybe I am thinking of Newegg. Yeah, I don't know. Um, but yeah, no, I get that I sense, but honestly, it's worth it to do like a good upgrade, or at least to understand what you could get cheap now and then upgrade later. But yeah, that does require that you have a bit of experience, right? No, no, they had that compatibility list, Zacrit, for sure. They had the compatibility list, but I could have sworn I've seen them warn about an incompatibility, which they weren't doing when I intentionally clicked it off. So maybe there was just because I intentionally clicked it off, some other setting got toggled. I don't know. Um, but yeah, I guess that is a thing that someone who's better at building PCs would be able to know, like what parts are able to be upgraded later, right? You know, like you can get yourself like a 5060 for now and know that you can upgrade it when you need to. Because most of that stuff is just like, you know, PCI Express compatibility, which should be fine. And even if you have a motherboard with lower PCI Express compatibility, newer cards still work in it, right? I'm running a 5070, but I only have PCI Express 8 maybe. I don't think it's the 16. But it still performs well and I can run all the games I need to. I had to upgrade because games these days, like the best ones, are requiring the ray tracing, and I had a 1080. Here's the thing, though: on most of the games I was playing, that 1080 was fucking nailing it, dude. Like that 1080 was nailing it. You stream Luna. Is that the Google one? Yeah, there's a big debate about that. Uh, who's the? I forget her name. Oh, Amazon is. Yeah, there's some somewhat famous YouTuber lady that had a comment about cloud gaming, and yeah, dude, the internet fucking roasted her for it. Doesn't mean she was wrong, but the internet still roasted. Guardians of the Galaxy, not one issue? Yeah. But Guardians of the Galaxy isn't a game like League of Legends where you need absolute latency, right? So I would say any like competitive gaming isn't something you would want to do, right? But I don't know. I guess it depends. I could actually seeing I could actually see it being faster for some people, right? Yeah, forget a fighting game. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends because there are some people who live like so many hops from their ISP that if they were able to connect to Amazon closer somehow, like so many hops from their ISP to like the game server they're trying to connect to. When instead, if they could connect to Amazon, Amazon has the backbone that could maybe deliver them quicker to the other provider, right? To like the core server. I wonder if there is a case for that where like, you know, Amazon, Google, all these other companies, them just having a direct connection to the backbone to get you to the next thing and having like less hops to get to their network, you could end up being faster or like lower latency. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't put much thought into that, but I do wonder if it's an edge case for sure, but probably doable. Yeah, I don't know. And then iSense, you played Dota on your Mac M1? Sure. Yeah. 120 frames per second stable. Yep. Sounds about right. Okay, so yeah, this is what we want to do. Let's turn a clanker loose on it. Um, I don't know, let's do T3 check for now. Steam Deck is the last hardware you'll ever need. Yeah, I could see that. Guardians of the Galaxy was pretty well optimized when I remember playing it. I wonder how well you'd do with something like the Indiana Jones game. I'd be curious about that. Like, does it have the full ray tracing that you need? It probably has the ray tracing, but I wonder, like, what kind of frames per second you'd get on a game like that. No, I pay like, I think it's like $100 a month at this point. Yep. And I've been paying for Comcast as well, just because I stream as much as I do. It's worth it to have a backup network. That was the first game you tried. Okay, looked great, and you've seen it on Xbox too. Okay, cool. Yeah. And what's up, Modev? How you doing? Oh. So we were correct in using additional properties. Damn. So additional properties is the right move. Hmm. Yes, that was actually correct. Book. Is what it is, I sense. You do also kind of have to recognize that the country is fucking massive. In smaller countries, it's a lot easier to make that a national concern, right? Subsidize that with actual government spending. Here, it's all private. What I'm trying to do is trying to think about how we want to represent this in the API specification. Again, I sense it's because the companies and the lines are privately owned. And getting permits to lay new lines is a hassle and expensive. So there's a barrier to entry for any new provider. There are cities that do municipal internet and they get way cheaper cost and way better service. But it takes a city voting for that to do so. Hmm. So it really comes down to the additional properties thing. We're going to skip this song. It's trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? Yeah, the additional properties thing. It's just a separate concern at this point. Okay, so for every other endpoint, right, for create, show, and update, we just want to do the polymorphic thing. What that does mean and what's up, Slimewell? We're going to need a separate component. Or hold on, example, response. And yeah, honestly, response schema here isn't even necessary. But for the other one, it will be. Oh, I sense you didn't have to do that, man. Thanks for the subs. So yeah, Dan, Crafty Sheep, Carl G, Modev, and H. Mendoza. Nice. Oh, and yeah, Mendoza. Your name reminds me of that what's the name of the quarterback that got drafted this year? Fernando. Anyone got predictions? I think he's going to do well. Think he's even going to start this year? All right, he's drafted by the Raiders. They would just have yeah, I think he's probably starting this year. He's probably going to start. I don't think they want to start their other quarterback. I forget the name. He's the dude that was in Seattle a while back, right? So this is going to be response schemas. I think what we want to do here is this ends up being we can just make this an array. Oh, we can't though. It's just a record. String any JSON. wonder, hold on. Isn't JSON object expression valid? I think it is, but yeah, we'll just do record. Okay, and then I guess the other thing then would be oh, and this is the reason why I kind of wanted to do it as a list instead of a dropdown, because if we do it as a dropdown, it's no longer something that'll render without JavaScript. Right? So if we're looking at it, this should theoretically be renderable without JavaScript. Right? Yeah, it's totally renderable without JS. But the moment we add the dropdown, I don't think it is. So let me think about this a little more. If we were to do something like this, right? Oop. Okay, so this would be something like use state, empty array. Oh, and we're doing that on the wrong line. There we go. And this would be an array of facts. All right, so then we pass discriminator. So yeah, this is going to be an experiment. It could fail. I'm okay with that, though. We do want to bring in use state. We are going to have a use effect. Uh, so then what if we do discriminator values? Right, so then that becomes a string array. And what's up, 3D Factor? Been a little bit. With AI taking over every aspect of our lives, watching someone code by hand turns into niche, relaxing watching, akin to looking at fish serenely swimming in an aquarium. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's still things that I'd just rather code by hand. There's plenty of stuff I'd happily vibe code. Nah, like, I want to get this to a point where I can use this in the future. We did a live stream for Get Kraken earlier today, and I know I've heard other people say this. Someone chimed in, like, code is solved. Bullshit. Code is not solved, in my opinion. No. If code was solved, every app we use wouldn't be as buggy as it is right now. You know? I it's one of those talking points that people parrot that I massively disagree with. AI is useful. It is great for things where you only care about like inputs and outputs, things with very rigid boundaries, right? As long as you can understand that this is the input, this is the output, it always gives me that. I don't care what's happening on the inside. So microservices, libraries, there's all sorts of things that, yeah, solved enough. Still room for optimization, etc. But then there's other things like what I'm building right now that has fuzzy boundaries. I don't know what I want. I'm thinking through the problem as I'm building it. And I don't know how I want to solve it until I see it. I don't think AI is good at things with fuzzy boundaries. Yeah, brand requirements, precise animations. I mean, keep in mind that this is not front end code we're building. Well, I mean, I guess this part is front end code, sure. But no, this is like the process around building our API documentation. So yes, it is dealing with front end components, but it's consuming the open API specification. I consider that to be a closer to like a back endy thing. But again, like the boundaries are fuzzy. And I just don't think AI has been trained well enough on building docs, in a way like this, right? It's why fucking Mintlify is a legitimate business. Yeah, like again, Joel, like you could use Figma, but you still have to know what you want, right? Like none of these tools have taste. So you need someone with taste. And yeah, for this, I have a strong idea of what I want out of it, but I need to understand it at a deeper level so I can actually debug it. It does blow my mind. There was a post I saw yesterday where someone's like, "Yeah, uh, I got a rejection from a job interview because I told them I still code by hand sometimes." I even said, like, I code with AI doing 80% of the work, but 20% still needs someone in there understanding what's going on. And the company is like, "Yeah, that's not our culture." Which sounds like they dodged a fucking bullet. Like, holy shit, man. That company sounds miserable to work for. Just a non-stop churn and slop mill. It's commoditizing software development. I don't think that's worth it. I don't think it's valuable. It's the difference, in my opinion, between like a chef and a cook. You know? Yeah, if you're a fucking Applebee's and you're a glorified microwave operator, I get it. But do you really think the product you're building is just microwaved code? Or are you cooking a fucking steak? You know? There's plenty of code that is basically just microwaved code. Sure. Yeah. Let the AI do that shit. But for the things that matter, I'd rather have a proper chef. At least a proper chef that can train the cooks, you know? So half of your dev team might be microwave operators, but the other half better be able to teach them how to prep it. Yeah, no, I get that 3D factor for sure. Yeah, I think local is tough. It's just not fast enough. It's just not intelligent enough. I think we'll get there eventually. I think similar to how like the faster models locally um are like mixture of experts. I think similarly we will start having micro models, right? Like think millions of parameters, not billions, that do just very specific things, and that's it. It isn't. It's pretty shit. It's pretty shit, Gamrix. I mean, I get it, right? Some people like chicken nuggets. I don't know how like this analogy is maybe falling apart a little bit, but like you know, yeah. But like having to add all those qualifiers, it's I don't know. Having like needing to add those qualifiers means that it's really just not as good as it should be, right? For doing like real work. I think let me put it this way. It's all and again, another cooking reference. You will cut yourself way more with a dull knife versus a sharp knife. Oh, I mean, Gamrix, like all of the models do that. Yeah, GLM 5.2 does that a bunch. But yeah, exactly 3D factor, right? Like you can spin up a bunch of stuff in parallel and knock a bunch of shit out too. And again, if you're microwaving food, yeah, you just add a couple extra microwaves. Sure. Oh, nice 3D factor. Yeah, I don't think Olama has caught up with updating that yet. Like the Olama pricing is still, yeah, three models at a time, 10 models at a time. It's not ideal. Now, 3D Factor, you're still going through GLM's like their own provider, right? Right, ZAI. Oh, not Zao. Right, like you're going directly through ZAI for your GLM, right? How do you even see their pricing? Yeah, so the coding plan. That's what you're talking about, right? So yeah, you're grandfathered into their cheaper plan. I've heard this light version runs out extremely fast. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Cause yeah, dude. Now, holy shit, $50 a month. That's 600 a year. Yeah, brutal. Yeah, I like my own llama plan for a lot of stuff. So thank you. I think that was you, right? 3D Factor that informed me about Olama. Might have been someone else. I forget who now. It was someone else. Okay, yeah, I can't remember who it was now. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's keep thinking about this. Oh, and actually, no, we're not going to allow null. This is actually just going to be response schemas 0 or empty. Oh, it is optional, I think. Oh, I think it's select item. Let me double check it. Yeah, so I don't think I need select group or select label. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. So select trigger and all that. Yep. Let's just grab the boilerplate. Oh, I'm missing select though. All right, so yeah, we're back to where we were with that. We get select content there, select value, placeholder. Honestly, we're never going to see this, so I don't know if it matters. Say we just leave that blank. Then here, value, and then this will be selected schema. Oh, yeah, we wanted response schemas. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, these are the select items. Let me get more music on. All right, so that should be good there. I think there is a no shadow variant on the select. Maybe it's on the trigger. Hmm. I think it'll be fine. And then finally, this is going to be flex row, justify between. Not sure that 180 is worth it, but we'll leave it. So yeah, so this is our new component. I'm not even sure it's going to be exactly what I want, but we can fiddle with it. So then here, okay. Ooh, clanker clanked on that one. Okay, so we've at least got this created. So then in here, method example request. Give this some space. All right, so that's where we want to detect the regular versus polymorphic part. And actually, let's flip this. So we want to gather the responses. Wait, how do we do a single line one? I think it's slash paren. Yep. Okay. And not paren, percent. So then from here, the name of it is method example polymorphic. All right, so then for this part, all right, so we're just going to get some boilerplate in there. Nope. So now let me just double check and see if that builds, because our component should at least make it into there. Hold on. We can turn JavaScript back on. So I don't see anything yelling about rendering errors. Oh, and you know what? I think I just need to restart because I don't think the MarkDoc server or the MarkDoc process is like hot module reloading. Nah, that's not it though. Hmm. Oh. What? Oh, yeah, here's where we're checking for. Yeah, okay, so we're inside of raw method response schema, but that's not what we're looking for. No, it's just I'm in the wrong area. Now I know where we want this. Yeah. This becomes an else if because we're going to be looking it up a different way. Yep. Okay, so then yep, we saw that kickoff. Oh, and yikes. Yeah, so we got a bug in there. Oh, and JSON.stringify. Oh, wait, how did that get changed? Okay, cool. This is broken, but at least we're getting that to render, so we know we're like detecting it properly. But it's broken. So cool. Let me go use the restroom real quick. We'll be right back.
What does it do? What's it for?
Okay, and I'm back. And yeah, I'd say it's 5 o'clock. We could probably have a whiskey. We want to pace ourselves, of course, but yeah, let's do it. And yeah, this one's growing on me. It's not so bad as like a sipper or mixed with water. This other one I got sucks. But yeah, this one's not terrible actually. Yeah, this one, it's no good. All right, so why would this not be doing what we want? Oh, yeah, yeah, like people reinventing green sock or something. I mean, not invented here syndrome has been a problem for ages. This isn't a new problem, you know? Some of the worst devs I've ever worked with were very heavy not invented here syndrome sufferers. Some of the best devs I've worked with were actually the same though, right? So it's not like a thing, but it's like, I don't know. Do you trust them to actually write good code? If the answer is no, I don't trust them to replace a thing that's tested, you know? Woo, woo. And man, I didn't even have a whiskey yesterday. Pretty proud of that. I didn't even like think about it. It wasn't even like a conscious effort. It was just I didn't feel like having one. I tend to try and have like one a day. I mean, I think we all know I've been overdoing it for long enough that the withdrawal is something a little scary. So I want to wean off it. Right? Like I'm not bad enough to like, have like major shakes when I'm not drinking or something, but it's still just I don't know. I have always been like I'm a hypochondriac for sure, right? But I've always been worried about, alcohol withdrawal as far as I know is the only withdrawal that can kill you. From what I've heard, heroin withdrawal will make you want to be dead, right? But it's not actually going to kill you. So I guess let's see what we're getting in here. That's fiction. Okay, and yeah, duh, that's why it's empty because we haven't done any of the work. Yeah, 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 yeah. Duh. It's like he smokes weed or something. So yeah, now we need to do the part where we start filling in the blanks. So it's going to be similar to how we're doing it for requests, right? And yeah, let's get rid of the leaving off for now, at least. Let's grab that bit of boilerplate. I don't think it's going to be exactly the same, so I'm not worried about a little duplication at the moment. I'm gonna skip the singing. It's a little distracting while I'm trying to at least focus a little bit. Okay. I forgot. Yeah, this album has a bunch of that stuff. Okay, this album has way too much singing on it. I think this album's a bit better. Same artist, just better. Interesting. So I think this 4H is probably failing us. But Discriminator should have made it in. Oh, I may not have added the Discriminator parameter. Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, we don't have the X discriminator value. Okay. Yep. So that means we need to go and update the responses here. Right, so that's the create. And then here's our responses. Yeah. All right, so now we should be able to go here. Oh. that's not good. All right, so we broke something in the back end. Yep, that would be it. God damn, this artist loves putting ladies singing on his songs. Oh. There we go. All right, so that works. And then we do dot slash that. All right, we see the discriminator with type. Huh. So we do see discriminator making it in now. Perfect. Okay. So yeah. We see another one. I want to know which one this is. No discriminator. And we can do operation ID. Oh, but we wouldn't make it into here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the all lenses that's screwing us there. But that should be fine. So, as we continue, honestly, we probably just don't want to do anything else if we don't have this. All right, and this is happening for every single one of these, which means method sub response. Let's double check this. We do need to clean up some of the logs because it's getting a little noisy. I think we can just get rid of that. And the issue here is that this is a one of. There we go. Okay. Yep. Okay, so then, right, we're doing one of, but we end up wanting the all of value. Yep. Yep. But we don't want to do the last item of the all of. We want all of it because we're actually going to be jamming it together into one JSON response. So this is going to, yeah, okay. So all this, like, I was questioning whether we were messing up by not creating an abstraction for doing the request response stuff, but we're doing it slightly different. So I think that's necessary. Firewater. Woo! Woo! I've been watching Trailer Park Boys. They have this like it's like it's their like podcast show, but they do like a like episode filming too. It was for like SwearNet or whatever that thing was, like their own network thing. But like I guess they have like a half hour to an hour long like podcast they do or used to do, where they're just like hanging out, drinking, talking about random shit in character, which is really fun. And yeah, Bubbles, he's typically got like a bottle of vodka where when he takes a pull, he goes or like that's it. Yeah, he does that sound. like a duck quacking sound. I've been meaning to do that, but I just like, dude, when I'm sitting there like pacing my way through a whiskey that's too strong, I'm just not capable of the you know. Pretty fun though. I like the show. All right, so yeah, continuing along, the actual thing we want to do then, we get the method sub response, and we are looking for the method sub responses all of. And yeah, response schemas. Yep. Okay. So we want to keep response where it is. And yeah. Okay. So gathering response is what we're doing. This is going to be response schema is an object, but it's a let. Ooh, Clanker's cooking on this one. I don't think required is necessary, though. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The so coded. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're fun. All right, so that builds. All right, so we're okay with that being an any. Oh, yep, 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 yep. Nope, I know. So discriminator value is actually going to be part of the all of. Oh, yep, nope, I know. So yeah, this would be discriminator. Yep, and then the all of is in there, and we should be good to go. Wait, what? So we could, yeah, I think we might need like an extra property on there. Because if we did, how do we want to do this? Let me just make this a 2. So then, yeah, last all of is that, which I don't think works for me. Okay, so we do switch back to, where is it? But we just go back to here. It's Discord, webhook, Slack, email, SMS. Yeah. Okay. So the discriminator value is actually not on the method subresponse. It is on raw method response. No, it is method subresponse. There we go. Okay, so there's something slightly wrong here still. Right, right. So the issue is that the common response is a ref. Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to fetch the first item. Or I know what it is. Yeah, inside of the for each, we have a check. Yep, ID inserted at, updated at. Yeah. Okay, so we've got discriminator values in there. But the component doesn't want to render properly. Hmm. All right, so we're getting some hydration failed values. But why? So here's the thing. We get to the front end. This log value is doing what we expect. I guess we're not doing anything children-wise here. Okay, so boom, we get it in there. The drop down doesn't work. Yes, we didn't accidentally leave disabling JavaScript on. So what do we think the bug here is? And I know I've done these things interactively before. I think we need to look at the Vexilla docs and see how I did that. But you know what it is? It was dynamic. Yeah. In the Vexilla docs, I don't think we used MarkDoc for it. So the part that I'm talking about is here in the docs. Right? We've got this dynamic bit here. This is kind of similar to what I want to do. But these docs are just markdown rather than MarkDoc, I'm pretty sure. Let's go look at the source code real quick. Just want to confirm this. No, it's not in there. Oh, we are using MarkDoc. Okay, no, that's not the issue. Well, shit. Let's hard code this value first and see if that helps. Cannot read properties of undefined. Uh, what? Boy. Oh. Okay, so maybe the fix. Yeah, maybe the fix here is that we override the type, or we override the value that is the discriminator. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's not going to fix until we rerun here. Wait a minute. What? All right, let's clear some of these logs again. So yeah, as we run that, we see that type is being set in our array there. So wait, how are those other values making it in? Like, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Because those props are that. But hold on, we see name type. Ah, ah. Yeah, I think it's getting overwritten there. Yep. So we see type email there. Okay. So then realistically, instead of spreading the properties directly, what we want to do is we want to map these. Okay, so hold on. We're spreading the object, and yeah, so this would actually be more like. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that. Hold on. There's definitely something we could be doing better here. Brutal. let me just log this here. Yeah, so yeah, properties.map doesn't work. We would have to do an entries on it, I believe. Okay. Yeah. So what we want to do then, no matter what, this is going to be const scrubbed. Oop. Then in here, yeah, this is key. Okay, so not quite. I feel like this still isn't quite what I'm looking for. There you go. So this is actually incorrect. Yep. I mean, it's just Comic Sans, and I added the ligatures. That's all. It's still a strong whiskey. Yeah, so this is incorrect. The way we're scrubbing the properties and collecting them. It's actually going to be unique to each one of these. Monokai, but Varley, dude, none of that shit matters. Just find one you like and move on. It's so boring to give a shit what other people's fonts and stuff are. Just find one you like. It is the least interesting part of anyone's dev setup. Right? Font, theme, who gives a shit? Find one, use it, move on with your day. If you find yourself changing your theme often, I think you need hobbies. You need some side project to work on rather than just occupying yourself with modifying your editor over and over. Yeah, I think the for each is maybe the issue. Let's log what scrubbed properties even is. Okay, so we're getting there. Aha, so yeah, this is where we run into another issue. And yeah, that's not gonna be anything. um sure. There we go. So now we get it all on there. First schema, discriminator value, discriminator. Okay, so we at least get like a better output here. It's not ideal. We're still not getting any of the values that we want inside of that, though, which is weird. Because we do see discriminator values as an array. I wonder if there's something I'm missing from the docs here. Or maybe it's because we're just like double nested. I don't think that would be the issue, but it could be. Yeah, so it's not in there. Oh, did we have to have client load on it? Here's our current markdoc config. Aha. Yeah, so we made it dynamic. All right, so we don't need that. Oh, and we don't need Shiki even. And maybe we didn't even need this. Okay, so then where's that config again? Oop. Okay, so I think now we need to restart the dev server. And it died. If it dies, it dies. Unhandled error.astro files no longer supported. Use the thing to specify a component path instead. What? Yeah, wrong place. And hold on, we'll skip this song. There we go. Hmm. Okay, so if we do that, the number doesn't matter. Sorry, Varley. I know it seems like I'm really antagonistic, but let me put it this way. I've been streaming for 8 years. And over that time, I have come to be annoyed by the lower effort questions like that in general. And, the theme and the font one were the low effort ones. This one right here is not a low effort question, and I appreciate it. But also, it's a logical fallacy. Anyone that uses how long they've been doing something as anything, that number does not matter. I've met devs who've only been in the game for a few years who are fucking amazing. I've met devs who've been in the game for 20 years who fucking suck. You know? The year's number doesn't matter. Right? Let me put it this way. I bet we all know someone who's been playing guitar for 20 years and still sucks at it. Snowboarding, skateboarding, whatever, for 20 years and still sucks at it. Right? The year number doesn't matter. And I understand that. That's fine. But I just really hate the appeal to authority. The amount of time I've been programming does not matter. There's other ways to get to know someone. But I understand. I know. It's my fault. I'm a little antagonistic. I think, in general, I treat it as almost like a public service. I might be the only one who's going to just say it straight up, you know? As opposed to like beating around the bush or toxic positivity or whatever. I think you can have better conversations with people when you learn what things just really don't matter to talk about. Like font choice, theme, years you've been programming. Right? Favorite programming language. Ugh. Like, dude. Ugh. It's like programming small talk. No, they just don't matter. They don't matter at all. Objectively, they don't matter. Now, you may say subjectively it matters to people. Well, yeah, that's my point. Objectively, it does not matter. And the subjective shit, people can learn. Yeah, exactly, Swiss tourist. In general, the appeal to authority is used in exactly the wrong way. Normally, when you're having a conversation with someone and they just don't feel like making their point any better, it's, well, I've been doing this so long, so just listen to me. Which means, oh, you should absolutely not listen to them. But by perpetuating the years of experience thing, it becomes BSy. And yes, I know when I'm giving a conference talk or a meetup talk, I might say that number. And if you really care, you can go find my LinkedIn. You know? You can see how long I've been programming on my LinkedIn. If it's something you can find on my LinkedIn, it's probably something I don't really want to talk about because it's so boring that it's on LinkedIn. You know? That might be a good way to gauge it. Right? Favorite programming language? Years spent programming? That's LinkedIn content. You know? That's not proper conversation. No, it doesn't. Sorry, years programming does not show anything about your programming experience. That is a huge logical fallacy. It is incorrect. Just like I said, Varley, I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it. That's the amount of years says nothing about their experience at doing a thing. I still just don't think that matters, Joel. You know? There are people who are just coasting into their retirement at Microsoft who haven't learned or done anything new or significant in ages. Microsoft is where people go to retire. I do not care about any of their fucking years of experience at all, because they're not meaningful years, you know? If you spent the last 20 years playing fucking Stairway to Heaven slowly, I don't care. Like, you know? No, Cosmic. Anyone who would use that number at Microsoft, anyone who says their years of experience while working at Microsoft, is immediately someone you should just ignore. It's just the wrong metric. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. 100%. I guess another way of looking at it is if someone's been at X place for 10 years, that's actually not a good sign. Are they even capable of working anywhere else? I bet they've tried. You know? Yeah, it's like a lines of code or tokens burnt. You know, it's a meaningless metric. Yeah. I mean, that shit matters to fucking recruiters, right? Am I a recruiter? Hell no. Do I really want to like be talking to recruiters on my Twitch stream? Hell no. So just the number doesn't matter. I don't know. And I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like roast anybody. I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad. It is good small talk, and I think this conversation we're having is way more important than the year number. Oh, that makes sense, Dean. Got it. Yeah, I saw your follow. Thanks for the follow. It's not like I don't care about the number. Like years of experience is whatever. Like I don't give a shit. So it's not a red flag or a green flag. It's only a red flag when someone uses it, right? When someone tries to like use it to justify a thing. Which is tough because I just used it saying I've been streaming for 8 years. Well, yeah, there are streamers who've been streaming for 8 years who stream like 5 times a year. Is their 8 years valuable? No. So instead, if I wanted to qualify that, okay, I've been streaming 2,000 hours a year for 8 years. Does that mean I'm good at streaming? I mean, no, look at the numbers. But it does mean that I have had enough time in the saddle to have questions that annoy me. Right? Where the hell is this thing? No. Resume, you have to have it, right? Resume is for HR, right? HR cares about the year's number. But I think we all know HR doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to programming. Like it's about the target audience, you know? You have to do the year's number. You're worried about ageism. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, that one's tough. Ageism's going to get you whether it's years of experience or not, you know? Like ageism is based on your age, not your experience. Varley, is that a jab at me because you're upset that I didn't want to answer your question? Mm-hmm. 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 Hey, what's up, Burger? How you doing? And hey, Burger, was that you? I want to say it was. Was that you on? I want to say last Friday or Saturday, where you were pointing out that Git bench was like a common name. Like there was like other Git benches that had been made. Was that you? I feel like it was, but I might be mixing you up with someone else. I just want to say, like, sorry I took that the wrong way at first. If it was you. And if it wasn't you, now I gotta try and remember who it was. No, Varley, yeah, I have a lack of patience. People have to earn patience, in my opinion. Patience is earned. Yeah, yeah, okay, so Burger, I just wanted to double check. Like, I don't remember if you were still here. I did see like you had a lurk going, and I assumed you probably just left the lurk and needed to get some sleep or whatever. But I just wanted to make sure that, like, because I apologized like an hour later, you know, because I saw that you were still in chat. But I just want to make sure that you hear it now. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you a dick. It just seemed, yeah, I assumed that was my fault. Okay, so you heard me the other day. I just want to make sure. That's all. Giant glass of whiskey? No, it's just tea. It's just tea. Now this is the whiskey glass. It's a pretty harsh whiskey actually. I'm not a fan of it, but none of this animal goes to waste. It's really not a good whiskey. curious if that does it. No. Okay, so tag there is not the fix. Do we have it named properly in the config? Or did I mess that up? Yeah, exactly. End for end. It is a really just. I've had worse. All right, let me just put it that way. I've had worse. I didn't even like this whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola, but actually straight and watered down, it's not terrible. Not good in Coca-Cola though. But I don't know. I don't know. I've definitely had worse, and worse is Jack Daniels. Boom, roasted. But yeah, just to wrap up that thread, Varley, you are correct. I do have a lack of patience, especially with newer accounts. I have had a significant amount of trolls over the years here on this stream. You're from Tennessee and you're not insulted. Good. Jim Beam is all right as far as like the cheap shit goes, but honestly, if you're gonna be drinking the cheap shit, like you might as well just spring for a couple extra bucks and get yourself Four Roses, like Yellow Label, you know? And then you got a good whiskey. Evan Williams, that's a good cheap one. I mean, it's better than what is it? Black Velvet, Old Crow. There's a couple others that like during my snowboarding days that people would get from the liquor store where it's like, oh man, yeah, I get it. You work at a ski resort, so every dollar counts. No, and it's not that, Varley. I don't mind questions. It's just there's a set of questions that I just don't enjoy that much. And you managed to hit all like 3 of like the 10. Like, you know, like 3 in a row of the 10. But also, keep in mind, I maybe did profile you a bit. An account that's only, what, 3 months old? 4 months old? With no profile image. I don't know. There are some heuristics I have for whether an account is worth, effort. So yeah, when those heuristics are hitting, I also have even less patience. 3 in a row, that's a turkey or a hat trick. All right, so something is up with this. Hold on, let me just get to that point. Oh, I think this might be because the Mark Duck stuff needs to be redone. Bingo? No, bingo's 5 in a row. You're thinking of tic-tac-toe. And wouldn't you rather play a nice game of chess? Sorry, that was a reference to the movie War Games. Yeah, I'm really big into Texas Hold'em. Fisher chess. Like Bobby Fischer? Is that where you just like get up and walk around the room playing against 10 people at once? Oh, that actually sounds fun because then you're not getting into the gamification of like start and end stuff. That actually sounds cool. Yeah, that sounds way better, Dean. Yeah, that sounds actually fun. Yeah, I mean, it's within some constraints, right? For sure. I don't know about that, Varley. I guess it depends on how you define wisdom. But in my opinion, chess is more about like rote memorization rather than wisdom. Unless you get good at like the chess uh that Dean was talking about, right? Like Fisher chess. Well, yeah, that's wisdom. That's strategy. That's cool. But people that just memorize like, starting strategies and stuff like that, ugh, I don't know. I'm good on it. All right, so we do get down to this point, and a all right, value, 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 value. A, but it's dynamic now. Okay, so our fix was having to wrap it in an astro component and then make it a dynamic component. We may have just needed the component wrapper instead. But I think it was actually that we needed the astro wrapper because we needed the client load. Right? So if you're looking at the component we just made, right, this client load is actually the thing that allowed the JavaScript to be added to the page, right? So that's part of like the Astro compilation step. Without it, it was just giving us the initial render and that's it. So yeah, cool. I mean, we still got a bug. Boom, webhook, email, blah, blah, blah. We need to get it formatting and syntax highlighted, though, which is a separate thing. But it seems like we've broken, like, all of the rest of this. Now we got to figure out why is that so broken. Yeah, okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. What time is it for everyone? For me, it is 6:55 p.m. To answer questions and program without losing concentration. Uh, I don't know. there's certain parts where you absolutely need the concentration, but I think you just saw me doing it, right? Like, I was able to maintain the thread and the context, but the thing I was doing didn't need full concentration, right? Like, in fact, I think I needed extra time to think about it. And you don't have to consciously think about things. Your background brain, right? Diffuse thought process will sit there churning on a problem while you're doing other shit. So it's almost like, have you ever had a tough problem and you just can't figure it out, and then you just get up and go and do the dishes or something, or go for a walk, or take a shower, or whatever, and then boom, right? While you're doing that thing, you have an idea that you really want to go check. That is the diffuse thought process kicking in, right? And you need to engage the diffuse thought process, especially like away from the computer or away from like looking at the thing, because your brain will like follow pathways of logic that it won't allow itself to do consciously. So yes, I have absolutely, like, been dealing with a tough bug, stewed on and formed the context in my brain, and then went to sleep and woke up in the morning and, okay, so what am I doing? Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to try this. You try it, boom, bug solved. Or at least like you're making progress on it that you probably would not have done if you just kept brute forcing it. Not gonna lie, very nice dude, awesome designer, terrible programmer. I've had one person push back and say, no, sometimes you just gotta brute force it. No, I'm sorry. You're just burning fucking calories with your brain in circles. You gotta step away. You can't brute force programming problems. And that's what AI tries to do, which is why it gets so wrong so quickly sometimes, AI tries to brute force the fuck out of problems, and it just doesn't work. Yeah, brute forcing a headache. Exactly. But yeah, chatting from Germany. Yeah, we get people from all over. We had someone from Moldova in here recently. I think Moldova's just like off the coast of Africa. I don't actually remember. No, I was completely wrong. Where the hell is Moldova? Oh, it's by Ukraine. Oh, I get it. I get it. No, that's it. What was I thinking of? I know there's some stuff like Canary Islands, maybe. I thought there was one that starts with an M. I don't think it was Madeira. I know it's not Madagascar. The Maldives. Where are the Maldives? I think I was thinking of the Maldives. Because it even sounds like Moldova. But it's, yeah, I had the location way off. It's off the coast of Sri Lanka. Okay. Maybe Malta? Ooh, I could have been thinking of Malta. Oh, I could have been thinking of Malta. Malta, Maldives, Moldova. Jesus, man. Like, they're just trying to confuse us. Yeah, I was probably thinking of Malta then. Good call. Yeah, Monaco is. Wait, isn't Monaco? Shit, I'm thinking. Now, when I'm thinking of Monaco, I'm thinking of Morocco. Where is Monaco? I thought Monaco was on like a continent. But I'm probably way off. Okay. Yeah. Monaco's on a continent. That's what I thought. Okay, just double check. C'est le Grand Prix. Yeah, so I wasn't thinking of Monaco. Yeah, I think it was either Malta or the Maldives that I was thinking of and being wrong. Right. Okay, so we do want to get Mauritius. Yeah, Mauritius. No. Yeah, I know which one you mean. I think you're close. You're just missing the T, right? Or yeah, and I think your I and the R are in the wrong order. Wait, is it a T or a C? I thought it was a T. It is a T. All right. Yeah, nailed it. Nailed it. So wait, where's that? Oh, that's on the other side. That's over by Madagascar. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Special bird that only lives on that island? Okay. Let's get more music going, though. And yeah, so just want to say, Varley, appreciate you, man. You know, we may have gotten off on the wrong foot a little bit, but yeah, you're okay in my book. We just get so many drive-bys. It's the way I kind of phrase it, like drive-by questions, kind of like that, and then we never see him again. So yeah, appreciate you. And then your comment about, in your opinion, AI takes the fun out of programming and building things, but it could also help speed things up. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, and I agree, like taking the fun out, but also sometimes you just want to build something, right? The fun is having something that does a thing sometimes, not necessarily like the act of creation. The main reason I'm hand coding this is because I've already got like a fair chunk of my own like slop as the script that we're doing. And I don't know. I need to know how this stuff is working because I will have to debug it and change it. And I just don't trust an LLM to do that well yet. Oh wait, wrong album. Like there's definitely stuff that's worth just like vibe coding up because it doesn't matter. And we talked about this a little bit earlier too, where AI is especially good at things with like rigid boundaries, right? As long as you know what the inputs and outputs are that you're expecting, AI is really good at that. So that's libraries, that's microservices. When it comes to like a full on like software as a service, I do not trust it. I just, you have to be so diligent on making sure it's not creating a bunch of slop. Whereas if you have a thing with rigid boundaries, the inside can be slop. I don't care. As long as it does the thing and gives me the result, I'm fine with it. All right, so we do need to get Shiki in and, modifying this part. Let me go double check. Oh wait, and hold on. I missed another comment. You know someone from there near Romania? A Romanian philanthropist? It's a terrible joke, but it's from the movie Congo, and I really like the movie Congo. So yeah. Spoiler alert. If you haven't seen the movie Congo, you've had like 30 years. So, all right. But Tim Curry plays a character named Herkimer Homolka or something like that. I don't know how to spell it, and he has a very heavy accent when he says it. He is funding a trip to bring a gorilla back to Africa. And he dubs himself a Romanian philanthropist. The main character and his like assistant, they're hanging out, and the assistant's like, I don't know, man. I've never heard of a Romanian philanthropist. Right? And it's just like this joke throughout the film. And then it's discovered that, Tim Curry's character is a grifter looking for the lost city of Zinj or whatever. And, and then the movie goes off. There's a bit where Delroy Lindo is like an African kind of like general slash dictator dude in, I believe, either the country of Congo or one of the others, right? And he's sitting there talking to, the main character, the lady main character, and then, Tim Curry's character is there too. And he's like, please have some of my sesame cake. And then, Tim Curry's character is eating it, and he's like, oh, but this bag of shit, why are you eating my sesame cake? Right? I don't know. It becomes this whole scene. And like basically Tim Curry's character is a grifter who's wanted all over Africa for, skipping out and stealing money from people and blah blah blah. But it's just like there's some fun bits, right? The character who is like the Romanian philanthropist, the guy that says that, he's being grilled during this like same kind of like area, not the same exact scene, but he's being grilled while they're in, captivity from some military coup or whatever. The movie is called Congo, Congo, and he's sitting there just like getting grilled and like interviewed and yelled at, and he's just like, oh, this is pure Kafka, right? Kafka, like, Franz Kafka, the, existentialism and all that stuff. And the guy interviewing is like, who's Kafka? Tell me. Like, I don't know, just getting so mean. Like, I don't know. I believe it's a Michael Crichton book. If you prefer a book, I think Congo is a Michael Crichton book. Yeah, Michael Crichton. I'm not a fan of Michael Crichton's writing, so I've never read it. But the movie is fun. It's amazing to me that Michael Crichton has had so many films made from his shit because the writing is kind of meh. Sphere was good. Sphere was a good read. Sphere was a good film too. I enjoyed the movie. Oh, I forgot Andromeda Strain was his. Yeah, the film Andromeda Strain is good. It's very slow going though. Um, I feel like Sphere is the same kind of like same way, where it's like it's not that action packed, you know? Like there's bits of action and like, you know, it's good, but you got to be like in it. So yeah, you got to be like willing to sit through what many people would call a boring film. But if you can enjoy a movie like There Will Be Blood, I think you'll enjoy Andromeda Strain too. It's just very like slow and atmospheric and I don't know. Just a good like thinking movie. But even though it's like a slow going film, it's not one that you can like, you know, be on your phone while watching. You will miss shit. And then you'll be like, well, wait, why is this happening? Why is that happening? I don't know. Yeah, Andromeda Strain is one of those films that, and stories even, that just really like hits on the fact that like you can make as foolproof of a system as you want. People will always fuck it up. And even well meaning people, even smart, well meaning people, can still fuck it up. Because the lady with her epilepsy, right? She's a fucking genius. She's a brilliant scientist, but she didn't tell everyone that she has epilepsy, which causes all sorts of problems in the film. Like, really, one big problem caused by it. And they give you a hint about it early. And again, that movie's like 40 years old. You've had time. Wait, what? No way. Okay, so maybe Michael Crichton is a better writer than I thought. Hold up. No way. He wrote Westworld as well? That's blowing my mind. He wrote and directed the original Westworld. Holy shit. I didn't know that. Prey was good? Is Prey what like is that the game Prey? Is that based on that? Yeah, no film was made. I'm gonna guess not. No, okay, so the game Prey is unrelated. Okay. Nanobots and swarm intelligence. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I feel like he's good at coming up with like the ideas, right? His ideas and like the plot lines are good. I just don't like his prose, if that makes sense. I find it less interesting to read. His creativity's off the charts though. But yeah, I don't know. Not a big fan of his prose. Hey, what's up, Cotter? How you doing? But right, Varley, these are way more fun conversations than the other stuff, right? Way more fun. Herder. I've never even heard of it. No pun intended. Oh, okay, okay. So it's for like agent multiplexing BS. Okay. Okay. Seems interesting enough. So we got to think about where we need to create this highlighter. Because theoretically, we can't do it here. But, and this is where it gets good, that's why we have Astro. We'll want to make sure it's the same like theme that we're doing elsewhere. We could do JavaScript. I think JSON will work too, though. And then from here, we just pass in the highlighter. Just why not? find that a little annoying that we have to shout it out. Like, I feel like the Shiki highlighter should be able to infer that. And we broke everything. Wait, what? What? So here's the thing. What the fuck? Am I going to TwitchCon? Probably. I haven't double checked if it overlaps with any conferences. Let me double check the timing. Don't go in the foam pit. I mean, foam pits are disgusting anyway. That was like 2 years ago, though, wasn't it? Wait, is it November this year? Oh no. 13th to 15th. That's later than they normally do it. Yeah, that's a bummer, man. I mean, it's not fully overlapping. But yeah, it's overlapping enough that I think I'm going to have to fly out like midday on the 15th then. Because the thing I'm going to be doing at JS Nation requires me to be there. Like, I have to be there early, which is fine. But yeah. Yeah. So I would probably be there for TwitchCon for what days are they again? So that would be like the Sunday that I fly out, which is fine because, like, dude, Sunday night is normally kind of like the boring part of the TwitchCon anyway. So yeah, I'll be able to do Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So yeah, I think that'll be fine. Yep. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that helps. That helps me plan. All right. Does mean I'm gonna have to bring more clothes than I thought, though. I'm not gonna be able to make it home. It'll be fine. Yeah. Like, pants and shirts can be reworn. Bring enough underwear and socks and I'm good. Oh, I've done that before. I've totally done that before. Okay, so we've got a bug. I don't know what the hell this bug is right now. It's bumming me out. But we can fix it. We have the technology. Yeah. I think I know how I can fix this. Okay. Let me go use the restroom, though, first. And I will be right back.
Saddle up, partner.
All right, so I have a thought. Shit. Still not going to be able to do it the way I want. Wait. This is going to be gross, but okay. I do have a thought. I do have an idea on how we can do this. It's going to be a terrible, terrible hack. That probably is it, Gouda. But it renders at least once, but then, yeah, once the JavaScript kicks in, it disappears. And it's probably because we can't actually serialize the highlighter through. Yeah, it's like flashing. So my thought is instead of passing highlighter into here, at the Astro level, we do something like this, and then for each response schema, I don't think we need the pre. So this is going to render all of them. Oh, I missed the undefined function error. I thought that was... No, I think the undefined function error was from something else. I'm almost positive. Right? Key prop. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, no, that's probably it. Yeah. Yeah, so it couldn't be serialized. So, yep. No, it's good hunch. So then what we do here... and then, yeah, this should be parens. Mm. It's not quite what I'm looking for. Well, hold on. I don't think that's going to work. Oh, and we need to put this in an object. I don't think this is going to work because children is going to be nodes, isn't it? Yeah, it's object. Yeah, so instead of children, pass it as a prop. Okay. Yeah. That's probably the move. So then, I don't know. What do we want to call this? Snippets. That's the snippet storeroom. What's a snippet? It's a type of plange. computer plunge. Oh, hold on. I know what I did wrong there. We double bracketed. Here's what we'll do. All right, so we do this mapping, but what we want to do is instead of a map, I was thinking we could do it as an object, but honestly, it's not going to matter. All right, so we end up doing that. And then we pass it through to here. Oh, there we go. Oh, and yeah. Like a glove. Yeah, we got there, man. Take it easy. Let me get there, Right? There's going to be a delay anyway. There's no need to try and like type along with me or try and catch me like in the moment. I'm fully capable of catching that. It's all right. All right. So yeah, whiskey number 2. Not trying to overdo it. Been pretty good this week. I definitely sent it on Wednesday though. All right. So yeah, we want a different theme though. What theme are we doing elsewhere? I think it's in the mark.config. config. GitHub Lite. We got there. All right. So we're not like done, but man. All right. And that's actually a cleaner way of doing it. Yeah. Like looping over the snippets and not just passing it straight through. Right. That was going to be pretty gross. It was going to be really gross the way I was thinking we had to do it. This actually worked out way better. All right. So then this width 180, we don't care about that. Oh, okay. Maybe we do. Well, give me a second. Let's, I don't know, 120? A little better? Yeah. All right. We'll allow it. I do think I want to give it like a white background on the trigger. Yeah, exactly. Samsonite. I was way off. But yeah, hold on, wrong place. We don't put it on select. We put it on trigger. And then I believe we also want to put it on here. That feels all right to me. I think the height's a little wonky. I wonder if I can do like a size value. I don't think so. All right, let's close some of this. All right, over here on neo-brutalism. We got to go look at the docs on ShadCN UI. Oh, wow. Evan MMO. I haven't seen that name in a while. What the hell did he post? Oh, fun. Okay, so looking at props, where do we see like a list of the props? Yeah, looks like I just got to override padding instead. Let me just try a P0. I think it has a hard-coded height instead. We see a size value. I think we could do size 2. Where'd you go, man? Where'd you go, dude? So size is not what I'm looking for. Okay, so instead of size, what if we just give it like a height? All right, so that's what makes it tall. I don't know. It's not the end of the world. Eh. Okay. That feels pretty good. Yeah, that feels pretty good. All right, so we broke a bunch of these other things. We got to fix that still. Yeah, thanks, Burger. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, cool, cool. That is feeling better and better. Oh, how's everyone doing tonight, by the way? Having a nice chill day? Oh, what am I even gonna have for dinner? Dumplings. Dumplings. So yeah, the next thing we need to do is start adding like way more like props. But that's something I don't need to bore you all. It's just one of those things where if I don't do it though, right? Like if I don't do it on stream, am I even going to get to it? Just double checking our spacing looks right. Let's go to notifications here. Yeah, I think we need a P4 on the spacing. Yep, yep, yep. All right. Let's get to the other response here. And let's switch this to a PY6PX as well. Now they're even. No, they aren't. Yep. Okay, so that looks about right. Now these have a roughly equivalent height. Okay. So another bit is we are doing like an array, right? Like we see the array response there. It's kind of meh. It's kind of meh. Hey, what up, Jalem? And dude, thank you for watching the Get Kraken stream earlier. That was fun, man. And I feel like it was good. Like in general, when we do our live streams like that, I don't want it to feel like a webinar, which is why I was like so keen to like interrupt and like comment and talk about things. You know, making it feel like a webinar is just gross. When instead we can make it feel more like a podcast. So yeah, like I don't know. I think my coworkers were stoked on it. It was chill. Yeah, good. Oh, speaking of shit, I should be checking. Okay, $20. All right, all right. Cool, cool. Let me check one thing here at work. I want to check on the status of the of the benchmarks I kicked off. All right, still going. 64 minutes into what is most likely the second batch. So we've got Grok 4.3, Grok 4.5, Claude Sonnet 5, GPT 5.6, all three of the main ones. We're not doing the GPT Pro ones yet, though. Tencent High 3, and Laguna XS 2.1. Right, so those are the new, right, like the July 2024 models that we are kicking off. We might have to do another batch, but at least, yeah, we're getting these going. Funnily enough, Soul isn't knocking it out of the park. It is really consistent, though. Whoa. I wish I was in a place where I could show you this. It'll be up on GitBench here soon. Across all reasoning levels, including none. Oh, actually, with none, it got like a 0.4% difference. Every other reasoning level so far, 92.2%. So that means low, medium, high, extra high, and max is running right now. So that's interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, this is cool. I do love running this GitBench stuff. So I'd love to show you guys that stuff here eventually. But yeah, it's a lot harder to show it here on stream because it's on the work machine. Because that's coming out of money work is paying for. So yeah, of the $250 that I loaded up into OpenRouter, I have $20 left. Now, luckily, the first batch of just text output for the models I ran today only cost $9. So yeah, Sonnet 5, GPT 5.6, the Grok models, and the High 3 and the Laguna XS. Pretty good value, right? Especially when you consider, hold on, let's look at a little bit of GitBench. Right? Especially when you consider cost-wise per full run. Dude, we spent like $9 running just Mistral Medium. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? More than $9, actually. Hey, what up, Gorge? How you doing? Fable breaks the bank. Yeah, dude, the 5.6 models are cheap. I am really curious. Hold on, let me look and see what I've spent. I don't think we're going to be going too crazy, so I don't need to like hover that too much. But if we look at today's spend, it's listing it as other. Hold on, let's do top 30, and let's just do it. Let's call it past 2 days. All right, here we go. So Grok 4.5 has cost me like $5. Oh, hold on. Here, I can sum this stuff. Okay, so GPT 5.6 sold $5.92 so far. Still running though, so it's probably gonna get closer to that $10 mark, which is fine. Grok 4.5 is actually like right on up there. Right? Sonnet 5 so far, 262, which means it'll probably get up to like $5. Terra so far, $1.45, so that'll be like $3. Luna is at like 80 cents, so Luna's cheap. But Laguna XS 2.1, 13 cents. Dude, the Laguna model is cheap. High 3 so far, 52 cents. We're using Minimax M3 right now to be our safety judge, and that's cost me like 30 cents. We're using Gemma, Granite, and GPT-OSS to be our like LLMs as judge for commit message generation. Those are sitting real cheap. I mean, I tried at one point. Yeah, we spun up one of the Gemma models locally, and I ran it all night at like probably like 3 tokens a second. And at that point, I was like, you know what? I'll pass. We're good. Ooh, second photo album, eh? But yeah, let me get more music going. Let's do something crunchy. Yeah, worth renting a box for sure. Yeah, anyone I've talked to in general, who's like asking about like local hosting, I tend to recommend they just rent for sure. Man, I went to this creator event, and man, uh, it's really not my scene. Like the organizer is awesome. She's great. But man, like it's just a bunch of like wannabe influencers and creators. It's like a creator meetup. But like what they create, it's like the majority of people I talk to, like, oh, I make fashion content. Ew. Gross. Ew. Did I just step in shit? Something smells gross. But yeah, it's just like, dude, I'm just so out of place. And here's the funniest part. I've probably gotten more in like sponsorship, like dollars than any of them. Nah, it is gross, dude. It's just so superficial. Nah, man, fashion's gross. I fucking hate fashion. Like, sure, like dress, for success, etc. But like to make it your fucking the thing you do, ew, 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 ugh. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm going to yuck that shit. You can take the Chris out of the Primus, but you can't take the Primus out of the Chris. All right? Just, I don't know, like counterculture, man. Dude, fucking fashion, man. Ugh. Someone has to do it? I don't think someone does. I really don't think someone does. Nah, I disagree. I don't think anyone needs to make fashion or fitness content. No, I don't think so. I think that's actually a major like downfall of society. Fashion and fitness content is fucking gross, especially because almost all of them will sell their fucking soul for some fucking sponsorship bullshit for a product that does literal harm, right? Like, think about all the fucking fad diet bullshit these people peddle. They are doing active harm just to chase a buck. Yeah, like, here's the thing. Like, you can look at so many of like the TikTok people who are like, oh, don't eat blah blah blah. It's poison. Oh, don't eat that. It's poison. Meanwhile, they're selling you literal poison. You know, like, ooh, don't eat peanut butter. It's poison. Here's a pill I'm gonna sell you that has zero fucking like tolerances measured for like the amount of lead that goes into it. You know, like, dude, it's fucking bullshit. These people are doing active harm. Fitness influencers fucking suck. Diet influencers fucking suck. And I will die on this hill. Looks maxing influencers fucking suck. Like, dude, they are the fucking worst. I will die on this hill. I will yuck that yum. I don't give a shit. But I think that's the thing. Like, somehow the world has gotten more and less cynical at the same time. Right? People have lost their ability to fucking recognize a charlatan, recognize a fucking snake oil salesman. We need to get that back. But rose-colored glasses, right? Rose-colored glasses. I like to think that the 90s were better, but were they? We still had Milli Vanilli. You know, like, it's not like the 90s were somehow more authentic. They weren't. Still had fucking Chuck Norris shilling his fucking Total Gym, you know? You still had the dude, Mega Memory. Still had that asshole. Is that guy still in prison? No, he's no longer in prison. Well, some things you can never remove. Touche. Touche. Here's the thing: if this dude just did it today, he'd never see a jail cell. He'd get fucking pardoned. Dude fucked up. He was just 10 years too early. You want to know the best part? Hold on. Hold on. Have I know I've shown some people. I know I've shown some. All right. Well, whoops. I don't remember where I put it. Somewhere around here. I have that fucking mega memory uh, tape cassette collection. I don't remember where I put it. Right? People wonder, like, oh, where does my amazing memory come from? How do I remember some of the shit I remember about, various like viewers here on stream? It's because I bought Mega Memory. I never listened to it, but I own it, and I think that counts. Right? It's just the magic of it. God, where is it? Eh, it doesn't matter that much. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, like I like to think of the 90s as more pure, but no, it's just because I was more into the counterculture stuff, so I was less exposed to the bullshit of it, right? And I was younger as well, so I probably didn't recognize as much of the bullshit. Okay, so the big thing I'm trying to think of is we want to get some better stuff in here. Oh, and okay, so JLem, let me read this. So you have a question, you're sorry if it's an A versus B. I don't think it's an A versus B. Like, I glanced and read it, but let me just read it through. You're trying to decide whether you should use prompt foo for your evals or just build everything yourself. You may have missed my reasoning in a different stream about my decision for Gitbench. Curious to hear my thoughts. So Gitbench is just a fundamentally different thing. It's not the same kind of eval, right? In general, when you're using an eval thing like prompt foo or brain trust or arise, you are having a thing that you need to measure by changing the model for a specific prompt. But you want to make sure you're still getting like the good result from it, right? And you can use an LLM as judge for that. I do not think any of these platforms are built especially well to do what I'm trying to do with Gitbench. Right? Like there's a whole reason why like Swebench and none of these other major benchmarks use an eval platform because evals are a separate thing. Now you should be looking at evals, right? I have a bias. I think Arise Phoenix is pretty cool and it's open source, dude. You could just locally self-host Arise Phoenix if you really, really like need to. Totally free, no feature limitations. Right? Check it out, man. I don't think it's worth building your own for this kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Deep SWE. There's a bunch of like benchmarks. Benchmarks are different. So JLM, I guess I'm curious, like, what are you trying to do? Are you actually trying to do evals? For like production workflows? Or are you trying to build an entire benchmark suite? Because benchmark suites need to be like kind of ad hoc. I don't think you would be better off doing I don't think they overlap as much as it seems like they do. And I have way more control over, like, oh, do I want to add like running 3 things and averaging stuff? Do I want to do blah, 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 or blah, 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 right? And yeah, Vigorge, at work for eval on your agent, you just made your own thing. But again, like that's evals on an agent, whereas like all these platforms are not agent evals. They are prompt evals, right? So this like prompt foo, arise, brain trust, they are prompt evals, not agent evals, right? Not model evals. So in general, do you want to iterate on your prompt? Well, sure, you can do that, and the eval platforms help with that. Do you want to use the same prompt and then like change out your model for cost reasons, making sure that it's still correct enough? That is what evals are great at. But I think it's just a fundamentally separate problem, even though it seems like they overlap. So yeah, like honestly, if you're just trying to get into this cheap, I would say you could just self-host and use Phoenix for your eval stuff. The Phoenix Cloud stuff is a pretty solid value. Let me go see if I can find the pricing. And Prompt Foo, that's the one by, he's like an indie hacker dude on Twitter, right? Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. I know it starts with prompt. I feel like I'm thinking of a different one, though. Yeah, no, I'm thinking of a different one. Maybe it's Prompt Watch. Yeah, okay. So I'm thinking of Prompt Watch. Prompt Watch is closer to like, SEO, like AEO stuff. So again, that's a separate kind of eval. I would not use Arise for what Prompt Watch is doing, They're just fundamentally separate things. Even though they're both doing evals and evaluating things and blah, 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 they are measuring different things with a different goal in mind. And that means that their UI and their tooling is going to be geared towards separate things. Prompt Watch is what you would use to like see, are you showing up in these clankers in their responses for the things that you want to track? And that's just a fundamentally completely separate eval. There's a thing that HubSpot now has. Something funnel? I forget. We're using it. It's all right. I'm not going to say it's amazing. It's okay. My boss, bless her heart. No, she's awesome. And I'm not trying to use bless her heart so condescendingly, but no matter what, it always sounds that way. Like she was like, well, HubSpot bought them for a reason. And it's like, come on. No, HubSpot needed to get into that vertical and it's cheaper to buy than build. That's it. That's all it was. And part of that could have even been like knowledge acquisition, just like, acqui-hire shit. There's a lot of reasons things get acquired that don't have as much value as people think they do. Yeah, I mean, I think it was probably a mixture of acquiring the customer base, acquiring the talent, and then a little bit of let's work it into our platform, right? But I would bet that they had to rebuild a bunch of shit to get it into the HubSpot platform, right? Xfunnel, that's the name of it. Xfunnel got acquired by HubSpot. In my opinion, I think a lot of people misunderstand what these do. Prompt Watch, Xfunnel, any of these like AEO tools, they don't have any insight into exactly what ChatGPT shows people. All they do is take a prompt that you think you want to match for, and then you just fucking check to see if you're showing up in that match over time. That's it. So it's up to you to figure out, well, what prompts do I want to match for, etc. And then, as you do your AEO bullshit, does that number go up? That's it. I think a lot of people get misled thinking that these are actually like seeing what actual people are searching. No, you don't get that because none of the platforms like Perplexity, OpenAI, or Claude will actually give that data to anybody, which is why I would imagine OpenAI is working on their own prompt watch thing that actually has that data. You know, it's insane to me that they haven't launched that yet. Like, why doesn't OpenAI have their own analytics platform? They're fumbling. They are dropping the ball. Anthropic should be doing the same. Perplexity could have done that ages ago. It's just, I don't know, it's weird. They probably don't want to share that data? That makes no sense to me. Google Analytics is the biggest moneymaker for the Google platform, right? Google Analytics, optimizing for that, and then selling ads, right? They give Google Analytics away for free. I know ads, but analytics is what feeds ads. And giving you that data is how you like understand if the ads you're selling are worth it, right? OpenAI is contemplating ads, right? No, and I understand that, Gorge. Like, you can't use Google Analytics to measure what Gemini crawls, and Gemini's crawling isn't even worth it, right? But, again, Google could be selling this is how many times you're showing up in various queries, blah, blah, blah. I don't understand why they wouldn't share that data. Maybe privacy concerns, but someone's going to pull that Band-Aid off eventually, right? You don't think privacy? Okay. Yeah, here's my guess. It's actually like there's not as many people searching as they want you to believe. So the numbers aren't like flattering. That might be it. It's like peeking like behind the curtain, Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I don't think they're getting nearly enough as much traffic as they want you to think. But again, OpenAI, they're going to be doing ads. There's going to have to be some way of tracking the effectiveness of those ads. It's going to happen. Why wouldn't they also do the prompt watch thing too? It's the world we live in, but again, coming back to my rant about counterculture, I fucking love Bill Hicks, and he has that thing. It's like, oh, Bill Hicks, he's going after those anti-marketing dollars. That's a smart dollar. No, I'm not. I'm not going after that at all. Burn in hell. Marketing people are evil. I'm not going for any dollar. I'm not marketing. This is anti-marketing, non-marketing. Like, just please die. He goes off on such a rant that it's like, it's a bit much, but it's I don't know. I'm a big fan of Bill Hicks. But again, that comes back to my counterculture roots, right? I mean, Steve Jobs envisioned the walled garden, you know? The pay-to-play, like, mechanism. It's kind of just as bad. It's kind of just as bad. What's up, my secure gift? How you doing? Hey, Soldoth, Mr. Sir. Thank you for the sub. And then anonymous gifter. Thanks, I guess. I guess that's true. Most legumes are pretty fatty, right? Pumpkin seeds, peanuts, etc. So you're right. Nuts are fat. And I guess, hold on, are nuts actually legumes? I don't think they are. Legumes are not tree nuts. Oh. Biologically, peanuts are legumes. Oh, okay. So now it gets fuzzy. Okay, so watching a video by James Montoro? I don't know who that is. About Maui. Okay. What about it? All right, let's clean up some of the stuff, and we still want to keep thinking about we want to think about what we could actually get in here as like a reasonable thing. So I guess number one, hold on, we do want to go in and let's remove some of the console logs that we're not using. Yeah, so we still maybe want to look at this. All right, we'll leave that because it's not even logging. We'll clean up that one and that one. I don't know why the word Maui has all of a sudden put that song 93 Till Infinity in my head. Maui, wowie, feel the good vibrations. So many females, so much inspiration. Right? I like that song. I'm not a huge fan of hip hop, but man, some of that 90s hip hop really hits. It's more about the beats and the flow, I think. But yeah, some of that stuff's good. Oh, James Montemagno. Oh, he's great. Yeah, no, he's awesome. I feel like let me double check. So then Maui, not Maui the city or the island, Maui the SDK. Right? You're watching some C# shit. Right? Took me a second. We got there. I was like, oh, what are you learning about the settling of Maui? Interesting. But yeah, totally different Maui. All right, so we cleaned up our logs. What I'm thinking here is we'll do it for the response first. Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched many, but I've heard really good things. And I consider it like, dude, a huge badge of honor for him that like I've never heard anyone say anything about him being like, like one of the influencer grifters. I'm not saying everyone who gets labeled one is, but I've never heard anyone say anything bad about him, which is cool. I think it's tough, right? Like, another great one in like the C# ecosystem. Oh shit, Scott Hanselman. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about him either. Now maybe I'm just not listening to the right people, but yeah, they seem really cool. All right, so first, hold on. Let's commit what we got. Let's rerun this, make sure it's clean. All right. Okay, so we've got a clean slate here. We don't want to do the request stuff. We want to do the response stuff. I'm going to let these still be errors, but I think there's like responses we could give this. All right, so this is just the regular response stuff. Let's do that one first because it's a little simpler. And yeah, a bunch of this stuff we could have done with a reduce, but that's fine. Gerald Verslu. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I think it's something like that. I'm not familiar with them. Okay, so you only watch .NET content besides this stream, because I don't do that much .NET. So I consider that an honor, even if you haven't been here for. All right, so Here's what we'll do. All right, so number one, let's look at array. Sorry, I'm just giving a quick look of who all's out there. Man, we got a bunch of people that we haven't seen for a long time, actually. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Not going to call you out, but yeah, appreciate all the people that haven't been here for a while. Or maybe they have and they just never check, but that's fine. So yeah, back to this part. We want to log. Let's just do value. And we'll get another album going. Okay, so yeah, if we get type array, how do we want to do this? We can absolutely do like a lookup of what these are and get them into the response, you know? And hey, what up, 646? Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, let me get more music going. And yeah, we've had some shorter streams this week, so yeah, it's nice to do a bit of a longer one. Don't want to overdo it, like I am, you know, tending to do a lot of the time. So if we get array as our type, we get a ref. Let me double check what it looks like if we get an object, right? What does that end up looking like? And I think it still ends up being like a ref, but I don't remember what it looks like there. Ah, okay. So if we get a type of object, then the properties actually have the stuff in it that we want, right? So we can definitely start enumerating those. What else would end up giving us a thing? Oh, enum. Enum would be another, right? What does enum end up looking like? Right? enum comes back, and then the value of enum. And we could just pick one at random. So the more I think about this, right? Like, I'm going to want to build this in a way that I could copy and paste it into my next project. So I want to build it somewhat generically. I don't think I actually want to do this like hard coding some stuff. So what that ends up meaning is that, well, let's go to the top. Yeah, the pathing, kind of gross. Uh, yeah, we will want to use some of these like parameter object, schema object things, get better type safety in what we're doing. That would be nice. This pathing is super gross. But similar to how we're doing this, right? If we get this public JSON, we could path to a function that exposes, right? We could path to a file that exposes a function that is actually just like plug and playable, as long as the function we create stays consistent. And that would mean it takes in like I don't know, a schema and like the prop type. It's going to end up being really gross. The easiest way would be, oh, do we see an integer value? We fill that integer with a 42. Problem solved, right? Oh, do we see a string value? We pick the string from a random set of BS. Right? And maybe that stuff becomes like Easter eggs of just like a fun kind. But I mean, let me just show you what I mean, right? Right now we're just showing the type. Meh. It's not amazing. I guess we only get integers. We don't get like a confidence value. That confidence value would end up being like a float of 0.42 or something, right? The event content would be a different thing. Are inserted at and updated at are gross. Those should be numbers, I'm pretty sure. Well, now I'm not sure. But right, like when we have an enum, we could randomly select one of the items in the enum. Right? When we get a Boolean, we could randomly do like a true or a false. Right? It gets trickier with strings, but maybe we detect the thing ID. And we could have a function for what that means. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay, hold on. So it would end up being like just a giant, gross switch statement of a function. Probably not a switch statement. We'd want like proper pattern matching for it. So we could use pattern TS, I think. I think it allows you to do like some of the type matching we'd want to do, right? Like looking for certain prefixes, etc. Oh, but here's another thing. And wait, create keyword lens result for a keyword lens? What? That shouldn't be an endpoint. Why do we still have that as an endpoint? This one's actually gross. This shouldn't exist. What? How are we even getting that? Keyword lens results. Something's off with that. Let's go look at our back end. Keyword lens controller. Create keyword lens, sure. Where's the create keyword lens result? And hold on. Keyword lens result controller. How do we even have a create for that? We shouldn't. Have I tried Harbor? No, not yet. It's definitely on my list of things to do, but it's not prioritized. Like, dude, I'm behind. I'm like 3 days behind on publishing the PDF so that we can do like the email gate stuff for GitBench. That's my number one focus. But there is a thing that we want to do for GitKraken that is maybe like inspired by VC Bench, and I don't know. I'm kind of hoping that maybe like my GitBench thing kind of inspired them a bit, which is, I don't know. I doubt it, but that'd be cool if it was. But yeah, like they have this VC Bench thing in which they're measuring like, okay, correctness. Yeah, most of these are just like fully correct, but right, the speed at which they can do these things is much faster than letting an LLM like iterate and do it itself. I feel like they had to do this within a harness of some kind, which then means, well, if they're using a harness, yeah, Claude Code and Codex. Yeah, okay. So these are the harnesses and agents they were using. So not just the agent, but the model, right? So yeah, basically, they could be using Harbor, but they're not. And I think it makes sense because running the CLI tool instead of the harness to do so, sure, has value. I think there could be something where you evaluate your tool being called within a harness. And maybe that's the case. I think that's actually what they're doing. They're evaluating the speed at which they're calling the Git Butler CLI and forcing that maybe with a prompt, forcing Jujutsu, forcing Git, etc., and the model figuring the rest of the shit out. We could look at what their actual like harnesses are, right? Yeah, it's actually crazy that Jujutsu runs slower than Git in almost every benchmark. I don't think I would have expected that. For basically like the same stuff. But yeah, so I do want to do something similar. Like, hey, what if we used our Git Kraken MCP for probably a different set of scenarios? This isn't the stuff that we're trying to do, right? What could we do to optimize that? Sure. And yeah, like I would happily take inspiration from these guys, but I would probably do it with Harbor as like the harness, like harness. It's the harness, right? But yeah, if you guys are unaware of Harbor framework, for other people watching and trying to understand, Harbor is a way to evaluate agents in the sandbox environments and blah, blah, blah. And you can do it like via like the sandboxes that exist, right? So like Vercel and all that BS. Sure. Whatever. But this same company, right? The makers of Terminal Bench. So if you're not familiar with Terminal Bench, they measure the value and output of a bunch of these different harnesses. They haven't rerun their tests for months. So it's having less and less value as time goes on. They should invest more money into this testing, but it's expensive. But theoretically, people could run their own locally using their subscriptions, as an example. But the idea is like, dude, if we look at like Opus 4.6, this is the part that blows my mind. Claude Code, at least back in February, was the absolute worst at running their own fucking model. What? Right? Like, that's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. I would love to see some of this data, updated, but that shit costs money. So I get it. But anyway, this company that made Terminal Bench and Terminal Bench 2 makes this framework called Harbor, and it is built specifically for running agent like harnesses and models within those harnesses. So that is what I would really want to focus on. I love the fact that OpenHands is in there. It's kind of a bummer that Open Code is not, but okay. Damn, if I worked at OpenHands, I would be working to update this shit as much as fucking possible. But I don't. But yeah, anyway. So yes, I haven't used Harbor yet. I'm planning on it for a Git Kraken fork or inspired thing of this. Wait, what do you mean by that? 646. And honestly, OpenHands, I'm a big fan. Like, dude, I know the creator of OpenHands. He's a dude. So yeah, I'm not holding any grudges or anything. They did reach out and want to chat at one point, and then crickets. But I get it. So yeah. Growth marketing manager, forward deployed engineer. Those are the roles they're hiring for. But yeah, what up, Odatner? As far as I know, I think they recently let go their DevRel person too. So that doesn't bode well. But yeah, what were you up to on your stream, Odatner? And let me show you what we've been working on. So, we're working on our API documentation for the thing I've been working on, Messijo, right? Oh, and that's right. You converted a repo to a monorepo. Nice. And what tool, what monorepo framework are you using? Turbo Repo, Bazel, Buck, or technically Buck 2. Just PNPM at the moment. I would highly recommend Turbo Repo just for the caching and some of the stuff they do. Just like the command running and some of that is nice. I know PNPM can do a lot of that, but Turbo Repo on top of PNPM is quite nice. Yeah, Turbo Repo is awesome. Do you remember Anthony Shu? He used to stream in this category. He's like the Turbo Repo dude these days. You know, he works at Vercel. Turbo Repo is like his baby at this point. So yeah, right? Just cool dude. Less cool company, but awesome repo. Awesome product. But yeah, don't take my grudges for anything. But yeah, I would say Turbo Repo is awesome. You should definitely give it a shot. Just the caching and some of that stuff is amazing. Like, it will speed shit up. If you have anything that takes a while to compile, like, yeah, you're going to massively enjoy having the caching. Like, let me put it this way. This right here is Turbo Repo. And you can, like, switch between the output of all of these things that I'm running within the monorepo, right? So I got my transactional email server, nothing changed in that. The SDK, not much has changed in that. But ooh, dashboard, okay, no. But marketing, oh man, yeah, we got a bunch of BS, right? So just having like a thing to manage this stuff and easily switch between them without having to like have separate tabs or any of that, like the interactivity, like, yeah, it's really nice. So yeah, and honestly, if you've already put in the effort to making it a PNPM monorepo, you're probably already really close. Now, I would simply scaffold a Turbo Repo like starter into a separate folder and then just drag stuff in, personally. And you could even drag in like your .git folder, right? Like, you know, it's just a diff at that point, right? I believe Turbo Repo's like scaffolding tool does create a repo, so you're going to want to delete the Git folder from the Turbo Repo starter, and then just you can drag in your .git or you know copy it with you know with CLI stuff. But yeah, big fan of Turbo Repo. For a while, I was unsure, right? But yeah, just like some of this other stuff makes a lot of sense. What am I using for my API docs? I have what is essentially a Rube Goldberg machine of scripts that generate this entire document from my OpenAPI specification. So, oh man, I should probably create a diagram or something for this. I propose to talk about building my docs for React Summit, so that should be fun. But basically it starts with, I do my type stuff here, right? So here inside of my Elixir repo, I've got operation create. This is using a thing called Open API specs. It's a Elixir specific thing. I then can specify like my params and other things as like modules and then schemas. And then from there, it goes and it generates a full-on proper Open API spec that is gross. If I hit save, well, then it formats and okay, that's better. And I'll get to your question here in a second to see if it helps. But yeah, pretty cool, right? So boom, I generate this entire OpenAPI specification, and then I have a script to generate my OpenAPI docs into the format of MarkDoc. And if you haven't heard of MarkDoc, think of it a little bit like, I know, it's not like it made it any better. Think about MarkDoc as like an MDX competitor. Right? So if you're not familiar with MDX, it's a way of running like React components inside of Markdown Markdown documents, right? MarkDoc is a thing from Stripe that is similar, but the way the tags work are different, right? So theoretically, this is something that a non-developer would be a little better at making, right? I mean, MarkDoc's cool. We had to debug a crazy issue. You might wonder, why do I have all these spaces? Well, if you don't have these spaces, it doesn't fucking work. Everything needs to be like spaced out. Otherwise, it totally fucking breaks. Now, some of these work, but like, dude, we spent like an hour debugging why things just weren't building properly. Oh, because we needed spaces between everything. What the fuck? So yeah, I don't know. I might actually opt for MDX at this point, just because of the headache. But it ends up being okay, and it works, sure. And then I just have all these other components that handle, like, the rendering. So we've got, the thing we worked on today is this, like, this is the Astro component. This is where it gets a little weird, too, because we're doing MarkDoc. If we want Astro to make our thing interactive, well, yeah, we have to load in a React component that is doing like the heavy lifting here, the TSX. And then in the Astro, we have to add client load. So for things that are dynamic, you need to do this like proxy Astro component. It's a little annoying, but for things that are non-dynamic, it'll statically render just fine. And then all, ipso facto, alakazam, abracadabra, boom, we get our docs in here. And this is a bunch of like bespoke like CSS that I've made previously. And you'll kind of recognize that, like we do like the Stripe style kind of documentation here. So like things stick to the top when they should and blah, blah, blah. The thing we were doing over the past 2 days is, well, yeah, this right here, create notification. This is a polymorphic endpoint, meaning depending on this type value that you're passing to it, the payload that you send to the server changes, and the payload that you get back from it changes too, right? So polymorphism is a bit of a pain, and in the future, I might design my APIs in a way that there isn't polymorphism, at least on the request level, and then we could make the response level easier too, right? If we have create email notification as its own endpoint, then it's no longer polymorphic, and we get, one-to-one request response types easier. That said, now I have this built, so now I got it for the future. But it was one of those things that was a little annoying and made me question like my API design a little bit. And yeah, you've been using Astro a bunch lately. You've been really enjoying it. The pleasure you felt converting an old Docusaurus site into Astro was palpable. Yep. And if you're ever just like feeling super lazy, there's Starlight for Astro. I'm not sure if you use that or if you just did it fully ad hoc, but Starlight is a very solid like starter for documentation. Like it does the sidebar BS. It does like all the magic and stuff that you care about. I was wondering if they had a good demo. Basically, Starlight mimics the docs that they have already, right? So yeah, you use Starlight. Yeah, it's really good. I have not used Starlight because I don't know. I've already built my own stuff separately. A little bit of like sunk cost fallacy going. But it's still fun. Yeah, I like building stuff. So, yep. And then, okay, real quick. So, C Films, you still out there? All right, cool. I just want to make sure if I didn't want to like dive too deep into it. And then 646, you like Scalar. I'm not familiar with Scalar. You were burnt out on CSS? Yeah, I totally get it, dude. I totally get it. And yeah, Odat Nerd. I'm not sure if you were going for this, but that emote, it reminds me of Meatwad from that one cartoon, Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Was that intentional? Oh boy, it totally reminds me of Meatwad. Not the first time you've heard it? Okay. And yes, you can tell I've practiced that voice before, right? Okay, so C Films, a monorepo. So this project I got right here is actually a monorepo, so that makes it a little easier. Let me just do this. All right? So a monorepo is a way in which you might have many packages or applications living in one repository. The non-monorepo approach would be I have a repository, a Git repo, for my dashboard application. And then I have a separate Git repository for my marketing site. And then I have a separate Git repository for my SDK, for my styles, for my transactional email stuff. And there's like way more that you would end up doing. Well, the idea is that if you have your monorepo and it all lives together, you don't have to deal with stuff like submodules, right? Git submodules are a problem, right? Oh, you got a problem you want to solve with Git submodules? Now you have two problems. The idea is simply that here in this dashboard, right, if we look at my package JSON, we can see within my workspace, if I can find it, hold on. Thought it was workspace. Oh, yeah, no, we named it. Yeah. So workspace, it's on this part. So my SDK and my styles can be shared between my dashboard and my marketing site. And they're just packages that you import as if they were coming from NPM or whatever, but they're actually coming from this same repo. So that makes it to where like, oh, you don't have to like push up to one repository, then commit it and submit to NPM, and then pull back in, and then like, you know, update your version here in your dependencies. It's all working just right off of the version that you have in that same repo. So the monorepo makes sharing dependencies between multiple applications way easier, right? Sharing your own like package dependencies that you made ad hoc and separate. So my SDK is a thing I compile from my OpenAPI specification that I can then use inside of my marketing site and my dashboard by just importing this package. Right? So the idea is just simply like code sharing in an easier way. You do end up running into problems with monorepos at some point, though, right? Because one change could cascade and cause other things to have to recompile as well. So if you've ever done Rust, Rust has the idea of a monorepo. I believe, I forget what they call it in Rust, but it's like a cargo thing in which you can have like cargo like packages, or I know it's like crates, but like there's a term for doing like sub crates within a like a Rust project. And cargo can do that for you, but you have to be careful about how these dependencies work, because changing one package that all of your other packages depend on causes all of those other packages to have to re-render. So you have to really think about, like, in Rust and like other languages that are slow to compile, you have to think about, well, changing this one thing doesn't mean I have to recompile everything else. And then you have to like structure your code accordingly. I think it's Cargo Workspaces, but I'm just forgetting. It's been a long time. As another example, right? Radix UI. We see these as separate published packages, right? But if we go to the Radix UI repo, right? We can go to here in primitives, and we see that they have a bunch of packages, right? So it allows them to have all of these separate packages in one Git repo, which means when they want to do a new release or whatever, they do it from one package. That's one set of like GitHub actions to maintain, as an example, right? Rather than duplicating these GitHub actions to 30 separate repos, I get that, C-Films. There's nothing different about that. Monorepo totally works on GitHub. I'm on GitHub right now. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense, because I don't really want to go over that too much more. But the idea of a monorepo in PHP is totally doable as well, right? So in general, when you're thinking of monorepos, you're thinking of packages that you want to publish separately. You're thinking of applications that you want to like publish separately, but you want to use some common things between them and not deal with like the headache of submodules. Monorepos are basically a problem to solve submodules. Oh, no. You don't want to do Radix anymore. Radix is abandoned by the company that bought it. WorkOS owns Radix, and they abandoned the fuck out of it because the main maintainers weren't allowed to prioritize maintaining it. So instead, they went and built Base UI. No, Base UI is awesome, right? But here's the thing. If you've ever used ShadCN, ShadCN is just a wrapper on top of Radix, or it was, and now it's just a wrapper on top of Base UI. So in general, you're probably not going to want to reach for Base UI or Radix directly. You're going to want to use something like a ShadCN clone, right? Or something that uses the ShadCN repository system. Yeah, ShadCN is... It's owned by Vercel now. ShadCN/UI is the thing. ShadCN is the dude, right? Technically, ShadCN is this profile image right there. That is a person. And then ShadCN/UI is actually the thing that people just say is ShadCN. So yeah, we're at ShadCN view. That's not what I actually wanted. Here we go. And then real quick, for anyone curious, what is the big deal? What is the difference between ShadCN and another, like any other component library? The idea is that ShadCN is vendoring your own components. So you will set up and install a baseline, right? And then you can customize it as you see fit. What does that mean? Well, yeah, when you install a ShadCN component, let's go into my dashboard here. We go to source code, we go to components, and we see this UI folder. Well, yeah, this like checkbox. Well, it's bringing in the Radix UI React checkbox. It's got a bunch of like boilerplate and stuff built around this. Hold on, I'm trying to see. I thought there was another thing they use. Let me find a better one. Maybe button. Yeah, here we go. So button, right? So ShadCN takes the idea of vendoring your own components. So it's not like a dependency you need to update ever again, besides like the base Radix UI, because Radix UI and base UI are headless. What that means is all the styling is something else that's injecting on top, like ShadCN. And ShadCN does a thing called like class variance authority, where you tell it what variants that you have for a thing. So if I do a button in my application, and let me just show you, right? We may have a button. Oh, God. Let me just go. Yeah, that was a button technically, right? But here we see a button that has like shadow, and then there's buttons like this trigger for our dropdown that is no shadow. So you can set up variants where, you know, when you call this and you're using button, right, we might go and look at and see variant null, meaning we don't want any styling, or let's see another variant neutral, which is like the white background, or, you know, just other things. There's a lot of like just stuff that you can do to make it easier for someone consuming your component library. So in general, ShadCN, class variance authority, and things like base UI or Radix are built so that you can build your own design system. So you build your own internal component library for the company you work at, and then any other micro application or whatever gets the same exact design system by just importing your components. And that ends up having a lot of value. And yeah, I like ranting. I think we all knew that about me. But does that answer like all the questions you guys have? Yeah, sure. Oh, that nerd. But also, I'm willing to bet it's some designer trying to make his stamp on the company. Like, oh yeah, you guys got a design system, but nah, this is where we're going now. This is the future. Yeah, exactly. Yep, sounds about right to me. Shit, there was something I was going to show. Let me get more music on these first. Best thing about standards is there's so many to choose from. Yep. 14 standards? We should create one that unifies all of them. 3 weeks later, there's now 15 standards. And yeah, I forgot what I was even gonna do. I know I opened a tab for a reason. I don't remember what that reason is. How I feel about the TypeScript compiler being built in Go? I don't give a shit. I don't care. I really don't care. It doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me, doesn't make me any happier. I just don't give a shit. Astro is written in Go. Did you know that? I don't care. Doesn't matter. Half of the tooling we use nowadays is written in Rust. Right? I should probably be switching to Oxlint and like Ox format. Yeah, those are written in Rust. What is it? SWC. I think that's written in Rust, right? It doesn't matter. It's just a tool. That's the way I feel about it. Someone wants to rewrite Go in Rust. It makes you sad for .NET's future, TSC being in Go. I guess. I don't know. The way I look at it is Go can't do some of the shit C# can do, right? The .NET runtime can do. Does Go actually have a bunch of SIMD primitives built in? I don't think they do, right? Meanwhile, C# totally does. And yeah, standard. I saw you say hi. I didn't mean to leave you hanging. Go does have SIMD. I'm curious about it. Is it native, though? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not built in. Yeah, right? And experimental. Meanwhile, the .NET SIMD stuff is fucking bulletproof. So I'm probably getting ready to wrap up because I need some food in my belly and I want to play some games tonight. But we'll at least go through this story because I fucking love this story. So this dude wrote a story about from junior to genius, an optimization story. Right? The goal has to be .NET 6 C#. Having a just-in-time compiler makes it more interesting. Right? We're only going to be single-threaded with this, so, don't worry about the threading problem. And it has to be x86. Other targets will be left out. Now, there are reasons to be constrained by this, or constrained like this, especially back when it was written in 2022. But the challenge, right, is to write a checksum. Now, the junior wrote this, and they probably copied and pasted it from Stack Overflow, right? Most likely. It's pretty straightforward. It accumulates 4-column sums, reducing them to a single uint using the LSB from each accumulator. Given the requirements, this is what they would expect any educated junior to deliver. For sure, man. Right? And I know what you're thinking. They just copied it from Stack Overflow. If you're a junior, that's okay. Just be sure you understand what you're copying. Same thing with AI. So then a pro jumps on in, and first thing the pro does is establish a benchmark because their task is to optimize this thing. So, okay, cool. They create the benchmark, they run it, they get a baseline. The pro then decides, well, you know what? Yeah, the junior's just like iterating one by one, when instead we could do some loop unrolling because for people who are unaware, this loop, right, by going x, less than 100, x plus plus, that means x equals 0, gets evaluated once. This evaluation here and this x plus plus are evaluated on every single iteration of the loop. Whereas instead, you can do the same thing and then chunk it by 5. If this overhead is significant enough towards what your application's doing, boom, you have saved 80%, right? Now, it's probably not nearly as substantial. Let's see what the benchmark tells us. And hold on, wait. So yeah, he does the loop unrolling. We'll continue. And then boom, by doing a bit of loop unrolling, yeah, again, saved 80%. Like literally. So a heavy part of the work being done was actually in that for clause, right? Doing the check of if it's under the value and incrementing. Pretty cool, right? So boom, shaved 80%, just like that. Well, now, years on the road, what does that do? So yeah, this senior starts doing a bunch of like pointer bullshit. They switch to a while loop. They make it fixed. They do a bunch of that craziness, right? And they're able to optimize it even further. Ooh, yeah, buddy. So what all did they do? Well, number one, they marked it unsafe, right? They acquire a pointer, and it's inside a fixed scope. So yeah, that means that it prevents the garbage collector from relocating a movable variable and declares a pointer to that variable. So this is just preventing the garbage collector from jumping in while we're doing our work, and it can jump in after we're done. So cool, man, yeah. Then it kept an eye on the assembly code, right? So look at what's being generated. Cool, sure, right? Move with sign, blah, 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 blah. We're going to move through this quick. So yeah, they were able to optimize what the other person did pretty well. But then, what about bringing a hacker into this thing? And the hacker, this is not like like Hackers the movie, right? This is someone who is get shit done kind of hacker. They know tips and tricks, but they might not be like the best programmer in the world, but they know some shit. And they're able to apply that. And what they end up doing is a bunch of like bit masking. Yeah. Right? Like, don't expect a hacker to write clean code, but you can expect them to make something faster, right? In this context, that's what they mean by hacker. So it's a 2x improvement already over the work the senior did, which is pretty awesome, right? So we've taken a thing that took 1.7 milliseconds, right? Or 1700 microseconds, and brought it down to 120 microseconds. That's pretty cool. However, right? And yeah, get out of my face, right? We get down to, well, why is an expert called an expert? And this is going to be like where it makes sense why I got off on this tangent here real quick. The expert, number one, goes back and understands the problem being solved. Compute a 32-bit big endian checksum on the array. Well, number one, the expert recognizes that most systems are little endian, right? So endianness, right, refers to the order of the bytes, or, the order of the bytes in a word, right? So, right, the majority of systems today are little endian, but what if, what would happen if we were actually in a big endian system? Well, the method's core loop ends up being way simpler. So the expert then knows, okay, we got binary primitives, we just reverse the endianness, and the code gets so much simpler, so much more readable. And it already optimizes what the hacker did in a readable way because the expert actually understands the platform that they're writing code for. So then from there, you might think, well, hold on, Expert 2.0 comes in with SIMD, right? Spoiler alert, that's why that thing I was talking about earlier, that was the Chekhov's gun. I was talking about SIMD. Why was I talking about SIMD? Well, yeah, if you're going to talk about SIMD, you probably need to use it by the end of the film, right? So here we go. The expert then understands SIMD and things that are able to be done at the CPU level, rather than having to do like round trips to memory and some of that stuff, right? And SIMD, if people don't understand, there are people out there that might not, it's single instruction, multi-data. So you're using multiple bits of data that fit the same pattern, and you're applying the same instruction to it, and computers are really good at making that faster. If you remember back in the day, it's Intel with MMX. Yeah, MMX is just like 64-bit SIMD. And then there's SSE, SSE2, blah, 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 AVX, and it goes on, right? So then from there, okay, let's look at the AVX solution. All right, so there's some Vector 128 stuff. There's some AVX Shuffle. Like all these, massively like readable still, as long as you understand what these things do, right? And it's doing a bunch of magic at the CPU level. And bam! Able to optimize that to half of its runtime. So we've taken something at 1700 microseconds down to 30. Because this person understood the platform they're writing code for. Right? 57 times faster than the junior. So then, well, yeah, what if they do some other stuff? Let's get to that 100x. Oh, it's the same. Or, it's faster. It's 85 times faster. But it's, okay, what's the deal? It's important to notice we went from processing 563 megabytes per second to 48 gigabytes per second. At that rate, the bottleneck becomes memory access, not the CPU. But hold on, think about that. DDR4 memory at the time this was written shouldn't be able to do better than 25 gigabytes a second. So how is it possible to get 48? L3 cache. So if you're not aware of the levels of caching that your CPU has access to, it means that it sits right there on the die of the CPU. So the amount of cache that is basically memory, but it lives on the CPU instead of RAM, that becomes massively useful. And you'll notice that when you're looking at CPUs for servers, server CPUs have way more cache, L1, L2, and L3, because you cannot optimize the speed of light. So no matter what, the distance between your CPU and the RAM it needs to read from is unoptimizable. You will never be able to go faster than the speed of light between those two things. But if it's sitting on the die, the distance between, the CPU cache and the CPU doing the work, well, that becomes way shorter. Right? And then they start hitting the RAM bottleneck by using a much bigger array. So the data they were using for their benchmarking fit within the 16 megabytes of RAM, right? And L3 cache sits so much closer that it can peak at 200 gigabytes a second. It'll depend on the CPU, of course. But if you could fit it within L2 or L1, ooh, buddy. But again, if you do something that is too large for that L3 cache, well, yes, then you got to use RAM, and then you're hitting RAM bottlenecks. So yeah, parallelizing, they stated it wasn't something they would explore, but, one thing that's interesting is that L3 cache is shared among all cores in the CPU, so it wouldn't actually help that much. But could a genius take it further? Well, yeah, we don't have one. We couldn't get to that 100, but if you think you can make this faster, check it out. See what you can do. And nowadays, you could probably make this definitely faster by, optimizing for different RAM speeds, different L3 cache sizes, things like that. But it's a fun read. And the reason that they set the constraints at the top to x86 is because SIMD, these instructions, right? These SIMD instructions are x86 specific. ARM does not have these same things, right? x64, I believe, has a different set of SIMD operations. So part of the constraints at the top are what allow us to find these types of special optimizations, and it's why in some cases you can't optimize something better because you have to handle cross-platform support, and that means you have to use the lowest common denominator methods available, or you have to do a bunch of architecture switching, which causes way more code to be written and way more chance for bugs to creep in. Import hash toolkit. Yeah, sure. There's always a dependency away, but at the end of the day, it's still worth understanding these things. And I love this article. It's just so good. Right, Solthoth? This one's so good. This is one of my favorite blog posts of all time. Right? And it's stuff that you just won't get if you're letting the LLM do all the work for you. Right? Is coding really a solved problem? I don't think so. Because if you don't understand what could be done, how can you prompt the LLM to do it? LLMs aren't going to opt for the absolute most efficient thing every time. So yeah, it's just fun stuff. It's a really interesting read. I need to make a blog post about it. Not a blog post, a YouTube video. This is one of those videos where I want to I want to get one of those fancy like blazers or whatever, like Hugh Hefner style, get like maybe like a pipe that blows bubbles and like do like Masterpiece Theater style like reading of this blog post. There's at least 3 articles I want to do this with. But I'm slacking. I'm lazy. I should probably just make the content the lazy way first. So yeah, I need some food in my belly. It's getting towards 10 o'clock. We should probably make that happen. I want to play some games tonight, and I want to get to sleep at a somewhat reasonable hour. But I'll be back here tomorrow. So who should we figure out? Like, who should we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Okay, so we haven't had a chance to raid Hyper Game Dev. Let's do that. I know we don't typically raid game dev streamers, but tonight's a great night for it. It's a Friday. Why not? And they've raided us a bunch, so we kind of owe that. So yeah, I'll be over on my gaming channel. If you guys are unaware, that is Griffing and Chill. I do want to leave myself like a leaving off kind of comment so I remember what we're doing. I don't think I'll forget it, but might as well. So yeah, awesome day today. Yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out. I didn't get too loosey-goosey on the whiskey, right? I'm trying, I'm working on it. It's a lot easier when I don't have the Coca-Cola because the Coca-Cola makes it go down way too smooth. So I'm gonna keep on that, especially because I'm trying to lose some weight. So yeah, let's go raid into Hyper Game Dev. They're doing some Godot or Godot or however you pronounce that. And yeah, later.